will be in after, and he will be more than happy to answer any of the questions you guys actually have. Maybe at the end or even during it, as you guys go, you maybe get your question answered. So just stay around, stick and listen, and hopefully, it all works out.
Ooh. We was about to get to asking everything, boy.
No, sorry.
Glad you said something.
Yeah. No, I this maybe in the future we could do some type of Q&A. I definitely don't want it to turn into, hey, chart this, chart that. I really want you guys to learn. I don't really think, just charting is the key. There's a lot more to trading than just charting and seeing where, things can potentially go. And that's why we're here. We're all here to learn. We're all here to get better.
Yeah. That's why I like it, man. That's why I like it.
All right, so are we ready?
Almost. I just posted the live stream link and announcements.
Okay.
I'm going to step away for about 30 minutes. I'm still eating dinner, but just DM me when you're about done. You can also answer questions. I mean, the hour is yours, right? So
yeah. I'm gonna go slower this time. So let's see how it goes. But if you want me to start, let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit start recording, then you can go. So
cool.
Go for it. It's all yours.
Hey guys.
Alrighty, guys. So please mute your mics if you guys can. We'll try to make this as smooth as possible. I wanted to start off the lecture with the the little funny video I posted on earlier. Kind of just reminds me of people who think they know what they're doing or like get excited, but then realize later that they're incorrectly reading information. I just thought it was really funny overall. So here goes.
Just thought you might want to know, sales aren't up. They're
So, I played that little funny video, and, all jokes aside, it is really important to understand what you're reading and what exactly we can use with that information, So essentially when I start all my lectures, I really like to go over the concept of watch list and price action, because at the end of the day, it all kind of just circles together. And like I said, I'm going to try to go through this a little bit slower because last time it was a little bit more rushed. So bear with me, guys. Here's my watch list. If you guys can see it on my side, I have a ton of tickers, like literally tons of them. And what I personally do is I go through them every single, probably at least 2 to 3 times a week, and kind of just go through them and figure out decent price levels for them. But the main question I always get is like, Mario, how do you find most of these tickers? What website do you use? Where are you finding them? And to be honest, a lot of the places that I found tickers in the past has actually been through Hostel's Q&A. I'm not necessarily going to say the other things. Like you can go on ETFs, like you can go into ARK and figure out what other people are buying. You can look up your favorite companies that you actually shop at, and then research, are they publicly traded? But I think the biggest one that I learned from was finding a core group of people in this Discord that you can talk with. Find 2 to 5 people that you get along with, that you have some common interests with. And that's what's so important about the community tabs that we actually have here. Make friends in here and learn from each other. Because I might be interested in space and tech. Another person might be interested in cars. Another person might be interested in biotech and finance. That's so many different sectors across the spectrum that you physically can't look at. Like as many tickers as I have, I miss so many good plays because I can't watch all of them. I really urge you guys to create these relationships and learn from each other, because that's what this is all about. Hey Sal, do you mind muting your mic? Okay, so I know why a lot of you guys are here. You guys wanted a recap of my plays that recently took place. The biggest one that we'll be recapping right now is Beyond. And this one was a no-brainer for me. I've actually seen this exact setup happened in the past, and I missed it because I didn't have enough money to actually afford the trade. I'm going to show you guys what I saw, why I decided to buy in, and if it happens again, you guys can literally follow this down to a T. So if you guys saw here at 124.80, Beyond has a pretty decent support. It was trading up here in this channel, and then it decided to have this huge dip and then consolidate a little at the 125 range. After the 125 range, it decided to dip down a little bit more, down to the 117 range. Now, for me, if you look in the past, and I urge you guys to do this, a lot of the times it's actually, I've missed, all right, so I'm going to mute you, sorry. One second, guys. This guy can't listen. There we go. So, again, you need to zoom out. Go ahead and zoom out. A lot of the times we're so zoomed in on this day, on this month, that we don't bother to look at previous history. All right. And as you've seen, it loves to hang around this 124 range. Anything around here has always been a great buy for me for Beyond. And it's done it multiple times where it just comes down to the 124 range and then shoots back up. So I knew as soon as it got to around this range and it started consolidating that it would be a great buy. And that's exactly what we did. We entered around here at 121. Wait, it was like 121, 120. And we rode it for a little bit. And yeah, it went down. And that's what I want to say. Support and resistance isn't perfect. That doesn't guarantee that it's going to go right up after. But it's a great point to use for a potential buy-in with other factors. And that's what we're going to talk about a little bit later, like volume and candle patterns. So in this case, we wrote it out. We actually ended up averaging down around the 118 range. And then that's what you saw right here. This area right here where it got really pretty. And we're going to overlook volume in a bit. Okay, who's that? Why is there an echo? All right, hello? Perfect. I had to mute someone else, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, so this volume right here, right where I'm showing my arrow, as you guys noticed, the volume wasn't really growing, nor was it really declining. It showed that it was in the same exact spot. So it was consolidating around this area. That's how I knew it had this downtrend, broke out of it, and then started staying there. That was the confirmation for me to get into this trade. Breaking out of this downtrend, consolidating for a little bit, lower volume, and then this day was like the big one to show that, hey, yeah, we're actually on the reversal already. And then obviously it ripped. And as I said, as long as we passed the 136 range, we could clearly get to 141, which is exactly what we did. Down to a T, guys. And it's happened before. It literally happened right here. We hit the 115, 120 range and it went back up. It's happened in the past multiple times. Happened here again. And it happened all across here in the 125, 124 range. And this is why I really want you guys to make a watch list. Because you need to memorize these prices. You need to memorize what price action that these stocks love to trade at. With me, it's Jose and Logan, also known as Fidget and Scoob. I trade with them every single day, and we bounce ideas off each other. They're probably my core group between FaZe and Hostile. I'm always talking to these guys about new stocks. Austin 10 is another great guy. I've learned a lot from him. He's really big in SPACs, or however you want to pronounce it. He's given me a lot of new trades. Even Dimples, who got me into Mara and Riot, even though I don't really understand Bitcoin and the concepts of that. Learn from different people in the Discord, guys. I really encourage you to take advantage of the community we have here. So with that being said, as I was saying, first we're going to go over the recaps of the trades that we took, why we took them, why I personally took them, why I got in. Then we're going to break down the concepts behind it. And then in the future, we're going to go into, at the end of this all, we're going to go into trades that I think that are going to be potential for next week. So yeah, this is exactly why I got into Beyond. Let's see the next trade that we took last week. I think XL was a great one for everyone. And as you guys see already here, we have this $20 range, this $20 support that XL just respects beautifully. You just notice, so it's tested it once, it's tested it twice, it's tested it 3 times. It went back up and tested its resistance at 22. And the wicks, they all hit the 23 area. We got in right here, right at the 20 range, because I saw it one day. It was on my watch list. Austin's actually the one that tossed me this guy, and I just kept watching it, and it did exactly what it was going to do again. So it's channeling within this resistance and support, and I believe we took profit up here at 23, literally in less than a day, I believe, or 2 days, that we made a $3 change in stock. It's incredible. You guys can find these anywhere. And now we're back again. And that's exactly why we got in. We're literally back down to the support level. And notice again, volume, right? Volume was low. Volume surpassed the day before. Volume surpassed the day before again. And that's what gave us those spikes. Okay? It's key to pay attention, at least for day, like on me when I trade on the daily, to pay attention to the volume. This is how I use it. Everyone uses volume differently, but I use it as a confirmation to let me know that the trend is changing. All right, I'm going to repeat that again. I use volume to confirm that the trend is changing. And in this case, it went down, but volume was getting lower. What does that mean? It means there's less sellers in the market. As it started going up, volume started getting more. To me, that meant more buyers in the market. Okay? Again, same thing. We had a downtrend. The volume was up, but volume is starting to go down. That's giving me a sign that sellers aren't in control of this stock anymore. It respects that $20 support too much that people should know to buy there versus selling. Now, is it going to respect it on Tuesday? I don't know, guys. We could definitely push through this $20 easily. It's happened before, and I'm going to show you guys an example of that later, where support and resistance aren't always 100% accurate, guys. Let's see. Let's do one more recap. What's up? What was the other guy that we did that we all made money off of? Workhorse.
Not for
Right.
me.
All right, gotta mute that guy's mic too.
I said tonight, Chicago.
There we go.
Florida.
Okay, Workhorse was the same thing, guys. It consolidated around the 21 area very well. And it was just there for a little while. And as you can go back to volume right here. There was never really any significant changes. Sure, on the days it spiked, you saw an increase in volume, but it never really went anywhere besides this day right here. And that's when we got that huge spike. I believe we re-entered right around 21, 20-ish. I think like around here. That's when we got in. And again, next day, huge confirmation of volume, literally confirming that we were out of this consolidation phase. And we rode it all the way up to, I think a lot of people got out here at 25. I got out right here. Some people were fortunate enough to get out at 27. But these are really easy things to see, guys. Like, they're very easy patterns that you guys can use every single day. It doesn't matter if you're doing options, shares, or anything else like that. If you guys can buy at the lowest point of support you get such a huge advantage of not losing more money, especially on red days. The red day that just passed, I wasn't really worried. All my positions were still in green because we bought at such a low position. But we'll go on that later about emotions and controlling emotions and stuff like that. So those are the three guys that I really wanted just to recap. Now, let's teach you guys support and resistance and like, what the hell is this guy talking about? What the hell is support? What the hell is resistance? Let's do solo because I think a lot of people have been excited about solo over these past few weeks. And I'll erase the lines, guys. I'll erase these guys just to make it easier for everyone else. And if anyone's curious what I'm using tradingview.com. It's free. I also use TOS. I'm still getting used to it. That's why I haven't officially moved over. But this is what I do. And sorry, Karma, I won't do laser because I know a lot of you guys are in laser and I don't want to freak the Discord out. Okay, so people's like candles versus lines. Sometimes I like to use lines because it gives me more information. Some people don't like lines. I started with lines. Okay, this is where I started because I didn't really understand candles. But I moved on to them. So what I do is I like to just draw out my supports. And what I'm looking for. I'm looking for at least 2 bodies, not necessarily wicks. I know some people like to use wicks. I don't like using wicks because they don't hold as much information as a body does. What's a body? This part right here. The solid parts of the candle. That's the body. You're looking for these parts right here. And solo respects it perfectly. You can say like right around here. You have 1 body, 2 bodies, 3 bodies. And then this is where you can add the wicks. You have 1 wick, 2 wick. And sure, the wick's passed. That's okay. You know, it seems like it really respects this, 619, 620 support.
How are you?
And then we draw the resistance.
How are you?
So we look for the same thing. You can literally hold it as you're going
How
up.
are you?
You're like, does this hit 3 points?
Fine,
No.
you?
Does this hit 3 points or 2 points? You have it right there, right? It's respecting that.
Yeah.
Can we do it up here?
What
No,
is-
that doesn't
what are you
really
doing,
work.
Mario?
How about up here? That's a good one because it has 2 solid bodies to go off of. I think I originally had it right here. Where did I have it originally? I don't even remember anymore. We can go up here. But this is a channel itself.
You shy?
That's all I'm doing, guys. That's it. That's support and resistance. It's that simple. Not a fancy indicator. Not some cool algorithm.
Hello.
Not... There's no secret sauce, guys. This is it. Ask Shark. Ask Hostile. Ask Tilio. Ask Zaves. Ask any of support what they use for trading, and they'll tell you that they use support and resistance. If you can get support and resistance down, guys, you can be a profitable trader. It's that simple. I'm not joking. Now, of course, there's more things, and we use indicators to
You guys
help
are having
us.
fun?
In this case, sometimes I use my...
Please, I'm
Yeah,
so sorry.
nice.
Pardon me?
Can you mute that guy?
Which one?
شكرا يا شو خوبة
Summer
Super
Vibes. Cool.
شكرا خوبة Not
Server
bad.
mute. I don't know if that's the right one, but I'll try it.
How are
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so yeah, support and resistance. It's really that simple. Maybe I'll do laser later for you, boss. I'll take care of you just for that. But we'll get into channels. We'll do another one right now where we can do support and resistance. Let's see. Home. I think we did this last time, but I'll get rid of all the lines again. Like, we'll do this from scratch with you guys. Same thing, guys. Zoom out. Get a bigger picture of what you're really looking at. Okay, and yeah, for the people asking, I do use the 1 day. I was going to go into that later. As for the time frames, maybe you guys, if you guys want to write this down. So when it comes to time frames, the 1 day or the longer the time period, the more information you guys actually have. I'll say that again. The longer the time periods, the more information you have. The shorter the time periods, the less information you have. That doesn't mean that you can't use it. I know Tilio and even Fidget and Scoowoop, they use the shorter time frames and even Zabes to scalp. I, for one, cannot scalp to save my life. Like, I am the worst scalper on here probably, which is why I don't do that. But they use the same thing. They use support and resistance.
Yeah,
Again,
Mario, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you elaborate on like the long time frames and the short ones?
it's just more information. With more information, you have more certainty of something. Less information, less certainty. Like, you don't have, kind of with averages, the more information you have, the more time, the more of something, the better average you get. It's that same concept. The more time, the more information you have. Less time, less information you have. So you can't guarantee that that is the correct way the chart is going to go. Trust me, though, there's been fake outs on 1 days too. I know Hostile and Zoro used to warn me all the time that the daily chart wasn't the best because there can be fake outs. And I have been faked out. And I'm going to show you guys later what a fake out can look like. This is why you have to be careful regardless. This is why we have to look at different things and not just support and resistance. It's not a one size fit all. You get better as you go, guys. I was not this good when I first started. I was literally in your shoes sending DMs to Tilio and Hostile and Joe. I didn't know how to set a stop loss, for God's sakes. Like, I didn't know anything, but I learned it all through here. And I encourage you guys to attend these lectures to learn more. This is where it is. Instead of watching that football game, I forgot your name, but I know who you are. You're watching this, and I swear to God, you're going to thank me later because you're going to be making money. I think it's you, Belfort. Yeah, you're typing right now. You're watching this, and you're going to make more money later on because of that. Anyways, back to support, guys. Okay, so we're charting home, and home was a play that Zabes gave out a while ago, and he played the ER run. He did this perfectly ER run, and after the ER, it came tanking down. So right away, I see some type of resistance right here, kind of right there. Sometimes it's not perfect. Sometimes the resistance or even support isn't perfect, and that's okay. You don't have to, put it down to a T. You don't have to get perfect with it. You just get really good at it. Okay. And support. Look at that. Okay. So we have two great positions right here. Maybe if we move it up a little bit, we'll get more. There it is. So you have 1 body, 2 body, 3 body, a little bit of 4 or 5 right here, and more guys over here. One of the things I forgot to mention earlier, guys, is that if a stock passes a support or resistance, they become the support or resistance for it to come back down. In this case, this was the original resistance for home down here. Right? Like the 15 area. And I think that's exactly where we got in. We got in the 15 area. It was a resistance for a really long time, and it struggled to get out of it. And it eventually did, but then it became the support. And same thing up here. This resistance eventually will become the support. I suspect when home comes back down, it will test that $19 area. And we will see how it reacts to it. And that's part of the game. That's part of swinging shares, and that's part of trading. You wait, and you're patient. You don't jump into trades just because you think you can, or just because you think it feels good. No, you have to be patient, guys. Treat this as a business. Be professional. This isn't a hobby. We're here to make money at the end of the day. Don't forget that. And this is exactly what we did. We got in at 15, and I think the other resistance it had was 17. I think. Was it 17? No, it was this guy right here. So 1 support, or 2, 3, 4. That's a resistance. And I said, if we can break the 17 area, it's a clear shot to 19, and look where it ended up going. Ended up going all the way up to 22. Same thing with support, guys, and resistance. What I'm looking for is at least 2 to 3 solid bars or solid bodies for the candle. In this case, for the support, it was 1, 2, 3, this little wick, another little wick. So those are 2 guys right there. And then this was the original resistance for it, which then thus becomes support. So you get a little bit of both sides. Same thing with resistance. But in this case, it was the support. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It was a strong support area, but it was resistance for the chart when it was coming back up. So when we broke through that with confirmation from volume, and guys, don't if it's green or red, that doesn't matter. What we care about is the size of the actual volume. Is it surpassing the previous day? That's the important part. That means that there's a lot more volume, there's a lot more buyers in the market, or sellers, depending on where the action's going. I ended up getting out here. I'm a big fan of respecting my price targets. You don't want to get greedy in this market. It will eat you alive, spit you back out, and you will blow your account. I promise you that.
Hi, Mario. I just have a question.
No questions right now, actually. Sorry. This is more of a lecture style. If you guys have any questions, that's exactly why we're doing this before Hostel's Q&A. Ask all of these questions to him. He is my mentor, guys. He taught me a lot of the things you guys are seeing here. I remember I used to be at work, and I used to jump into his Q&As and ask him questions about support and resistance, about why not buy here, why buy this. Every single question you have in your head right now, just ask him, and he will do an amazing job of clarifying everything you have. I just want to make this as smooth as possible so that you guys can rewatch it later. Let's see. How can you judge if it has potential to break the resistance rather than hitting it and come back? Volume. That's usually the big one for me. The type of candle. As you start getting better, you start learning the candle patterns, price action, right? And I'm talking to Devoli27. He asked that one. In this case, I just had a feeling if we can break through 17, because it's done it in the past where it broke through 17, it's just a clear shot to 19. It happened in Beyond, right? It literally, what did I say in Beyond? It did the same thing. I said, if we can break through 136, it's an easy 141. And it did that. It literally did it the same day. I was not expecting it to happen on the same day, but it did. Okay, and that was, oh my God, I got lost. Home. Workhorse. So that was what? 3 guys? I think that's enough for support and resistance. Let's teach you guys trends and channels, which lately have been a lot more present in our trading for some reason. But my favorite one that recently came out is Verizon, and I still have it charted. This was in a beautiful downtrend. What am I looking for when I'm actually doing these type of trends? It doesn't matter if it's going up. It doesn't matter if it's going down. It's the same concept. This is actually one where I can look for wicks more than I can actually look for bodies. You have 1 wick, 2 wicks, 3 wicks, 4 wicks, 5 wicks, 6. In this case, it hit the bodies. 7, 8, 9. It's like, bro, did you plan this? No, I didn't. But stocks tend to really favor trends. Fidget and Scoo, I remember when I first met them in real life, they were like, trends are your friends, guys. If you guys can find these trends, make them your friends, pay attention to them. Scalpers would have ate this up all day. Every single bounce off of that trend. You can trade off of the trend. You can use these as support and resistance in a way. And you can just trade them up. It bounces off here, cash it up here, write it back down, write it back up, write it back down. Look at how many times you could have possibly traded this as a scalper. Like I said, these are the fundamentals that you can apply to all types of trading. You just got to find what works for you. This works for me. It doesn't necessarily have to work for you. Find a way to fit it into your trading strategy. That's what's going to make this key. These are fundamentals that apply to all types of trading. But find a way to fit it into your trading strategy. That's the answer to all of this. Because I remember Zoro was charting out BTC. I don't even trade BTC. But he literally drew a trend line and he said, hey, if it breaks this trend line, we're seeing downtrend. Just like a guru literally broke the trend line and then it just dipped hard. That's exactly what happened here, kind of. So we had this downtrend, and I noticed that buyers and sellers were really fighting on this day. Notice how there was a lot of volume, but there wasn't really a winner. You know, sellers were hard. Sellers brought it down all the way down to 56.71, but buyers stepped in and brought it back up. And it was kind of like a stalemate. And then notice how it was red again, but volume dipped. Volume dipped a lot. And then we had this green day right here. Notice how volume beat the day before. What does that mean? We literally just had this conversation earlier. That means that buyers are stepping in. Buyers won the fight. We broke out of this downtrend. We're starting to consolidate right here. And we had another green day literally the next day. Now, personally, would I have bought shares? I wanted to, but in my opinion, it was too expensive. I didn't justify. I think I wanted to buy 20 shares of VZ at like 57. And I did the math, and I was going to be like 1.6K or 1.7K, whatever it was, in the, tied up just to make potential $60. It just didn't make sense to me. Spend $1,000 to make 60. So I reached out to Fidget, and he found me a great contract. I think it was like $40. And that's where I think options can help you guys when you guys do want to trade these more expensive stocks. They fit your trading criteria. You don't have enough money to buy shares. You don't have enough money to do CSPs. That's where options come in. But you guys really need to find Greeks and the correct Greeks for that. And that's a whole other conversation. I sort of got I'm not the best options guy. Hopefully I will in the future. And that will come with time. I really encourage the options guys that are paying attention here. Learn about Greeks. Learn about IV. Learn about OI and volume. Really understand that, because that is really important when it comes to buying your contracts. I think that's more important sometimes than this stuff when it comes to the contract, because you can trade off of a great support. You can make a great resistance line and the stock will respect it. But if you buy a really bad contract, you won't make money. And that's the issue right there. Anyway, so we'll see this one. You guys can you guys can see this one in the future. What's up?
Can you show us for AMD?
No, I'm not charting. This isn't a Q&A. That's something you can actually do with Hostel. This is more of a lecture style. So if you want to be patient, I'm pretty sure Hostel will be more than happy to chart something out for you. This is not the type of lecture we're doing right now. All right, and channels, guys. And the channels section of this lecture will kind of go into future trading in the sense of like use these to your advantage. I'm probably going to regret this, but I'm going to do it for the sake of the Discord. I'm going to assign you guys homework, and I want you guys to chart a specific stock, and I want you to screenshot it and send it to me. And if it's correct, and if I think the support and resistance lines are good, then you'll get like an emoji. And if not, then we'll work on it. That doesn't mean I'm going to mentor the hell out of all of you, because I'm probably going to get hundreds of DMs. But I'm doing this for you guys. I really want you guys to learn. I really want you guys to start charting on your own, because it's going to make a hell of a difference. Our analysts are amazing. But if you guys can learn to chart on your own and find plays on your own while you're making their money off of their plays, then it's a win-win for everybody. I can guarantee it. So, all right, guys, let's go into the channel section of this. The trends, we kind of went over it. Let me take a sip of water. I think we did solo earlier. What's a channel? This is a channel. I got so mad. I think D-Man caught this one, and I got mad at D-Man for this because I didn't even take this play, because I like buying. I'm such a cheap, frugal guy that, like, if it's not at support, I do not buy it. Like, I just don't. I refuse to buy it. Does it mean that you shouldn't either? Like, then a day, like I said, guys, find what works for you. I think it still would have been a great play because it was an uptrend. You can see the uptrend right there. You know what? Let's chart it for you guys. I'm feeling nice today. Look at that. Like, it's respecting it perfectly. Boom. Like, you can't make this stuff up, guys. Like, I get mad because it's so easy. It's so easy. Any of you guys can do this and make money off of this. And that's the crazy thing, guys. We can make so much money. Just learn it, please. Like, I'm begging all of you, learn this. And I promise you will be successful. It's that simple. But it's in this channel. And now we're here, right? We're here at where we broke this resistance, which ended up becoming almost like a support for Solo. But again, volume surpassed the day before. And here, I'll take a step back. We have a 3-day weekend. We have a change of presidency. We have a lot of crazy things going on in our world. And the reality is, guys, I can't guarantee anything. None of our analysts can guarantee anything. And I think you guys really need to understand that, is that we're not a magic 8-ball. We aren't perfect and we will get things wrong. Right? If we go to war tomorrow, the market's going to tank. I didn't know that. I can't control that. No one can. The support and resistance is not going to respect it. So what's going to happen on Tuesday? I don't know. I hope, just because I like red days and I like getting cheap stocks, I honestly wish Solo goes down more. I know some of you guys are in calls and I'm sorry, but I want it to go down because I want to buy it down here. Because I want to write it back up. And the volume says it's going to do that. But I can be completely wrong. And that's the beauty of trading. You're going to be wrong and you're going to be right. You just got to be right more times than you are wrong and learn from those mistakes. Another one that's in the channel, and I can't wait to buy this one, is, where are you? This guy. Oh my God, I've been waiting for so long. Look at this beautiful, 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 beautiful channel. It literally did the same thing as Solo, where volume surpassed it on the day before, on the day after. And how is it going to react to that, 37, 63 support? I don't know. It seems to hold, right? In the same way where like XL, see the difference though? Volume didn't surpass the day before, and that's why I got in. That's the difference. Yeah, it's starting a channel here, but it didn't surpass the volume the day before. Does that mean I only trade off of volume? No, there's a lot of other things you kind of just start paying attention, and as you start becoming a better trader, you see these things. They just come second nature to you. In the case of Crosshair, I can't wait till this thing gets down to 34. I'm probably going to buy 100 shares at that price. Because it's such a great company, this is just following technical analysis. Right? Draw your support and resistance lines. And we'll buy down here. And we'll make the money going back up. All right, who do I got to mute now? There we go. All right, last one, guys. Or, maybe I'll do 2 more just for everybody. Just because, again, I'm feeling really good and I really want to just drill this into your head. VRM. Another beauty for you guys to watch. Notice how the volume kept going up as the stock was falling down. What does that say? That means sellers are in control. Sellers are controlling this stock, and it's going to come back down and test this 35 support. I probably will start my position right around here. Even if it falls down to 33.15, I can afford that. I can afford that $2 change and just average down and buy more because I have the power of time. Unfortunately, my option buddies, you guys do not have the option of time. But for anyone else listening, this is our target area right here. And let's draw support and resistance with you guys just so you can learn it too. We're doing the same thing, guys. And this is what I mean when I say practice. I used to spend hours or just so much time going through every single stock I could and just charting it and then going through them again. I used to like chart them with my lines and then go back in and chart them with my candles to see if I missed anything. And I just used to do that almost like on a daily basis just to get fucking really good at this because I believe in this so much. So support. Let's see, where would we put it? Like, here's okay. I really like it here. Anywhere around this area is fine. Like I said, it's not perfect. It's not to a T. See how the wicks kind of respect this area? That's a pretty good support right there. Now let's do resistance. There's one right there, but I think we can go boom, like right here, right around that 35 area, because you have almost 3 bodies touching it. You have like this guy, you have this candle right here, this guy. But notice how when it came down, it became support for those other bodies. It tested it again, and obviously the top one, that one was like a given right there. Or you can even you can do that, but I like it up here better because it consolidated around this price. It couldn't go further than that resistance right there. Boss, this is a 1 daily. Again, this is I trade on the 1 daily for swings. I trade this for shares. Find what time frame works for you. Again, if you're a scalper, you're probably trading on the 5 minute, the 15 minute, the 30 minute, and the 2 hour. I think that's what you guys use. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
I'm not a scalper. Okay. And the last one that I'm going to do for a future play that I really want to get into as well is Highland. That is such a beautiful, beautiful channel right there. And we've mentioned these before, and I'm just waiting for them to go down. Same thing. Look at this beautiful volume candle insinuating that this is going to go down. Am I going to be wrong? Maybe. Like, I can't predict the future. I'm just using the information that I'm getting and how I'm interpreting it. So I'm planning to pick this up at 15.29. We'll see, again, with all the political stuff that's going on, with the virus that's going on, 3-day weekend. A lot of these things matter. Could it be buying volume? No. I mean, it could, right? You can definitely. But if it was buying volume, it would probably be green. Right? Because someone just asked that. It's like, hey, how come this isn't? How can you guarantee it's buyer or seller volume? The way I base it, again, this is what I'm doing. Doesn't mean it's right. Everyone interprets volume in their own way. Depending on the candle, in this case, literally a giant red candle, there's no way it's buyer volume. It just can't be. Because if it was a buyer volume, it would look like this. Look, giant green. This doesn't matter, by the way. Ignore the colors on the volume. Look at the candle. Giant candle, giant bullish green candle. These are buyers. Notice how when it hit support, right here, we got confirmation again because it passed the days before, and then boom, one more. And I probably would have took profit right there at 1842. That's like a $3 change. That's solid for any of you guys trading options or shares. That's a solid gain right there. We're not after $1,000 percents, guys. We're not after 100%. Like, none of that matters. Like, try to get all of that stuff out of your head. We're after consistent money. And, I'll turn this into the emotional part of trading because this is probably the most important out of all of it. I know I said support and resistance is the most important, but I think controlling your emotions is the most important thing of trading. Emotional traders lose. I'll say that again. Emotional traders lose money. Okay? Ingrain that in your head. Learn to control your emotions. Now, I'm not telling you to be a robot, right? Shout out to my homie Seb. I'm not telling you to be a robot. Because I have emotions, Tilio has emotions, Hostile has emotions. We all have emotions. It's a matter of how you control your emotions. If you're emotional that day, you took a red day or it's not working out, take a step back. Get off your computer. Close your broker. Just step away. Go meditate, go read a book, go work out, go just take a breather. Because if you're trying to chase losses, if you're trying to get back the money that this stock lost you, you're just going to lose more money. You know, don't even think about that. Don't even think like I need $100 till I, make my money back. No. Take that out of your mindset. You just need consistent gains. You're not making money back. You're just making money. There's a big difference in that mentally. Because if you're trying to make money back, that means you're still down. But if you're just trying to make money, that means you're in a positive mindset and you're moving forward. Big difference, guys. Now, FaZe was talking about me making fun of him. It wasn't even that bad, right? Like when we got into RKT, I think Hostile and I got in around like 1930, 1920, and he got in around 1950. The reason why I'd like to get in at such a low price is because of mentality. I hate to see red, but that's inevitable. We're gonna see red. Like, if you can't see red, just quit now and go take up something else. Like, this isn't gonna be for you. But get used to seeing red, especially you swing guys. It's gonna happen. But if you buy at a low enough price, you won't see red. I didn't see red at all this past Friday. Not one of my trades was red. And it helps. It helps you mentally. Like, it just mentally helps you. And let's be patient, right? Let's talk about Beyond and what happened with Beyond, because that mentally messed with me. I'll be honest, like I got fucked up off of this. I missed, 136 to 142, so that's $6 gain. Like, I had 20 shares in that, man. That's another $100, almost $200 that I missed out on. You don't think I was pissed because of that? I was heated. Like, I was enraged. And FaZe was laughing at me because he was still in the trade. But I had to respect my profit. I had to respect it. Because what if the next day that shit went back down to like, oh shit, whoops. Like, what if that just tanked and it went down here? Damn, Mario, you're super irresponsible. Why didn't you take profit? Mario, why didn't we take profit? Mario, we should have took profit. But if I took profit, Mario, why'd you leave so much on the table? Mario, we could have made more money. It's perspective, guys. At the end of the day, I made money and I made bank off of this trade regardless. We always like to focus on the negatives. Learn to focus on the positives. Oh, a trade left already. Should I get in? No, man, obviously not. Find another trade. Find another good trade that you guys can get into. Right? Like, stop chasing stuff. Don't get FOMO. It's hard. This shit ain't easy. If it was easy, anyone and everyone would be fucking doing this. There's a reason why only such a slim percent of people are successful at this. Right? Get used to, Shark said it himself. Like green consistent weeks. Maybe not every day is going to be green for you guys, especially the option guys. Like, you guys have it harder because of how volatile this is. But if your whole week is green, it doesn't matter. That's why Tilio's so, hesitant about you guys. Like, he's pushing it into you guys so much about take profits. And if you made $500, why are you going to go trade again that whole week? You guys just made $500. You know how long it takes for someone on like regular pay which I don't know, at least up here in San Francisco, it's pretty high, but $10 an hour to make 5, you know how long that takes? And you guys made it in 10 minutes and you want more? Like, fuck, give me a break. You made $500. You're up 500%, 300%. Mario, should I take profit? I don't know. You tell me. You fucking tell me. Sorry for my cursing, but I get really emotional about this because it's so important. I want to really drill this in your guys' heads.
Hey, Mario, I have a question.
No questions yet.
All right.
And you know, we're on a weekend, guys, and we're you know, we're in a weekend, we're in a 3-day weekend, and I love this community. I love you guys more than anything. But give it a break. Stop stressing if laser is going to go up or down. Stop stressing if I don't know what other fucking thing you guys are in. T-Dog is going to go up or down. Like, it doesn't matter. None of that matters till Tuesday morning, pre-market. Why are you stressing yourself this whole weekend over something that's out of your control? Like, you have no control if something goes up or down. So why are you stressing about it? There is no point. You're literally killing yourself because you're worried about something going up or down. Let it go. That's why I don't really look at stuff after, because it doesn't matter. Sure, there's after hours, but realistically, I don't think any of us trade after hours. There's very little of us who actually trade after hours. Because even when we've had good news, right? Like, we've had great news before, and the next day that shit still opens up red. We've all been there. Right? We've had it where vaccine news popped off that day, and we were all excited. And I was like, yeah, all my airline, you know, shares are going to pay off. No, they didn't. I was red more the next day. Right? Stop stressing your guys' selves out. Enjoy your weekend. Spend time with your family. Sure, watch the football game. I don't care. Try to take time to chart out if you can. You know, set a couple, you know, an hour or two aside. Chart the stuff out. Practice. And I promise you, you guys will be successful traders. But that's about it. That's my time. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. Hostile, you can take over.
Hey, Mario.
What's up?
How do you make it so that I see on your trading view screen that the like the volume is like way below the graph?
You can adjust it.
How do you?
This right here.
I'm watching.
Like it's literally one line.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I can get rid of volume.
Yeah.
Or I think I can get rid of volume.
All right.
There,
Thank you.
it's gone.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hostile. Hello?
Thank you, Mario.
Oh, you're welcome. Hostile, you there?
He might still be eating.
All right, well, if he's still eating, then I'll take some Q&A. I will not do any charting. That's not my forte. I do not like to chart stuff that I don't personally trade, just because I like to watch the price action stuff before I trade it. And a lot of the stuff that you guys ask me to chart, I can't even afford. So I don't trade stuff that I can't afford. That's another thing that I don't do. Like, I don't really, because like, why am I going to bother? I'm not going to trade it. So why am I going to like stress about it? Stop trading shit you can't afford. That's why you guys are always fucking blowing your accounts. Like, give Tesla a break. Just take it off your watch list. Stop. Like,
Say
don't
it louder for the people in the back. Mario.
like, don't even look at it. Like, stop over trading. Stop doing all that stuff, and you guys will be fine.
Trade to your port size. That's another one that's really important.
Yes, sir. Alrighty. There's a lot. Our attractive bull said, talk about risk. What's up?
Mario, it's FaZe.
Hey, FaZe, what's up?
Not much, man. Great lecture, by the way. Since we have a few minutes, I just wanted to see, how familiar is this group with debit spreads, whether it be a call debit spread or a put debit spread? I was talking about it with Hostile just during your lecture, and it seems like a very common theme during during trade floor that people are buying into things that are a lot more expensive than their portfolio allows. Debit spreads are a great way to go into a play that tends to be more expensive, but you can be at the money for a fraction of the cost. So I'm just kind of curious, just because we have a few minutes here, is there interest to learn more about spreads in general?
I think there is. A lot of the guys have asked me about spreads. I've seen beginner questions have spreads. Maybe this is something that you and Hostel can, do your own lecture on. Definitely, literally, spreads alone it's its own, beast.
Absolutely.
Like trade floor is already going off. Like they all want to learn. I don't understand spreads myself. I don't trade them, but I got into CSPs because of you. So maybe it is something I should get into.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, just because you called me out on it, I'm still going to laugh at you for getting out of Beyond too early. But no, just real quick, and I'll talk to Hostile about, doing a lecture on debit and credit spreads and doing a little bit more on selling premium. But very quickly, I can just give a very brief overview of what debit spreads are, because I got a couple of questions around this, and some YouTube videos have been watched by certain people, but they're still not very, the explanation.
So what you're saying is you're trying to steal my people again, is what you're saying.
I will always try to steal your people.
Not joking, man. Go ahead. Educate these guys. Educate them as much as possible.
So in essence, let's take a look at Beyond. Okay, Beyond was a play that when we saw it at support at right around 115, 118, some people may have wanted to buy options into it, but options for a stock that's $100 or $115 tends to be pretty pricey. Most people aren't going to want to spend $800-900 for that option play, especially if it's at the money. So what are they going to do? They're going to go out to the 160, 170, 180, where the option price is $1.50, $2, even cheaper, just because they want to be in the play. Well, what you can do with spreads is you can actually purchase a long option. So let's say it was at the 115. We could purchase the 120 call and sell the 125 call at that same expiration date and be in that play. Now, what that allows us to do is to be at the money and not pay a tremendous amount of money. How a debit spread works is based on the width of the strikes is your max profit. So if we were in a 120 and 125 call, the width of the spread is 5 points, meaning the max profit is $500 minus the debit that we're going to pay. So let's say the debit that we pay is going to be $1.50. So our max profit, we're going to spend $150. But if at expiration we find that both legs are in the money, we're able to make $350. Now, again, I know I'm giving a very, very short, brief overview of this. And if there is interest here, I will talk to Hostile about doing a legitimate lecture with examples.
I think you should.
Yeah, and it's something I can definitely discuss with him. But what I want to really make clear here, and I've seen a lot of people try to do something, and they're not really sure on how to get into a play because it's so expensive. What if rather than being in a play for $400 that's far out the money, you could be in a play that's at the money, barely spending a quarter of what you would spend for something far out of the money, and still see max profits? Now, your profits are maxed or capped. Rather than making an unlimited amount on Beyond, we would only be able to make $350. But let's say you bought 5 contracts. Now, you're only in it for $150 per contract, and at 5 contracts, let's say it's what? 3 and 3 is 6, $750. but your maximum profit is going to be, $350 on those contracts at expiration. So it's a really, really good risk mitigated way to be in a play that is at the money without spending an extraordinary amount of money. So I just wanted to bring that up since we had a few minutes here. But again, I will talk to Hassel about that. I think that is something that if people are interested in. Now, I will say, in order to do spreads, you do need to have margins. So please keep that in mind.
Got it. Well, I believe Hostel is messaging me. Hostel, do you want to take over, or do you want me to take some Q&As? I think he's still eating.
So, Maureen, why don't you go ahead and take some questions on your lecture for today?
Sure. Let me ask Hostel. I don't want to impede on his Q&A.
Real quick question, like 2 seconds answer. Right side of the stocks that you trade.
What about it?
On the right side, those are the stocks that you trade.
Yeah, those are my tickers. Those are some of look. I mean, I try to section them off into sections. Like this is travel, and then tech, retail, finance. I don't know what the hell I was thinking here. And like below that, SPACs, and this is like the examples that I'm going to use for my lecture, just so I don't hunt them while I'm talking. Try to break them into sections because as I'm big on watch lists, is that certain sectors will be going up, certain sectors will be going down, and at least that way you can guarantee that some form of way you're making money, if that makes sense. Hello? Okay, I hope I answered his question.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Guys, you asked a lot of questions. Let me see if I can go through all of them. Let's see if I can find good ones that don't just... Oh, risk management. Attractive Bull asked about that. Risk management. It's hard to talk about risk management because options are risky. You guys are literally trading some of the most riskiest things that finances have to offer. But because of that, they also offer some of the most lucrative returns, right? And that's what is so sexy about them. That's what's so attractive about options is spend a little bit of money to make a lot of money. But that also comes with the risk. Like you have to think about that. So I definitely don't think people should be over trading. I think people with small accounts need to work. I know a lot of people here are anti-jobs. I say go get a job, go get a hustle, go get a side hustle. Do whatever you need to do to supply more money into your account so that you can trade safely. And if you don't have a lot of money, maybe start with shares with me. Start with CSPs if you can afford them with FaZe. Make consistent money as you learn. And that's the issue, guys. We need to make the consistent money, like I said before. Right? Don't overtrade. Don't throw 30 to 50% into your account because you think the stock is going to go up. That's ridiculous. Like, why would you ever do that? Again, if the United States goes to war tomorrow for whatever reason, you really think that the stock market is going to care about my support and resistance lines that I drew? If the president gets shot or I don't like anything, right? Like a nuke goes off. There's so many things out of our control, guys. Don't overtrade. Like, it's that simple. Let's see if there's more. Boss of Karma asked, do these support and resistance work for penny stocks? And well, that's tricky, boss, because penny stocks alone are tricky. A lot of them are bullshit. A lot of them are fake companies literally making money off of people, off of scamming people. Now, you can make money off of them. Joe does it all the time, right? He can find certain criterias for penny stocks. But yeah, they do work. IDX, funny enough, I hate that stock. Like I waited 6 months to make $30 on that stock because I refused to take a loss for it. It respected its support fairly well. It's funny, as much as I hate to admit that, it respected it pretty well. So, yeah. I'm not going to chart for anyone. Nope. If I was a scalp, I would draw lines with larger time frames. No, gaming with SJ, you wouldn't necessarily, if you were scalping, you wouldn't necessarily draw with larger time frames. You can jump from different time frames, right? Like you can start on the 2 hour and then go down to the 5 and see what you can't see. Because maybe on the 5 minute it's bullish, but on the 2 hour overall it's still bearish. You need to pay attention to what the different time frames are at. Don't just get stuck on one time frame, because other time frames will show you things. Let's see if there's new questions at the beginning. Okay, let's take the DMs. What's my channel on the Discord? 1 second, guys. I don't have a channel. I don't have a tab. I just put my stuff on the share tab. All right, just to make it easier for you guys, let's just take questions via the actual conversation. That way I don't have these pauses in between it all. Hello?
Hey, Mario.
What's up, Trep?
It was regarding Vroomstock, the fundamentals. What do you think about the fundamentals?
Bro, we've had this conversation. Don't make me go off on you on lecture.
Okay.
All right, you're a good trader. Okay. You know what you're doing. You know how to draw support and resistance. You're overthinking. If you're a fundamental trader, I'm sorry, but this isn't a fundamental market. They don't care, bro. If fundamentals mattered so fucking much, then what the hell? Explain GME. Explain Hertz.
Sure.
Explain fucking. Explain any of the stocks that jumped up like 600% in one fucking day. Stop caring about things that don't matter right now. This market does not respect anything. Get in, trade, learn. All right, and stop asking the same questions because you know what you want to do. You're good at it, dude. I've seen your charts. Okay? You're good. You call them out. I've seen them. Take them and learn from them. Learn from that trade. What did you do wrong? What did you do right? But don't waste your time asking the same questions, bro. You're good.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Mario. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm being like, what's like?
Hey, Mario. I will
Yeah.
add that with fundamentals, if you do want to look at fundamentals, it's good for long term. It's just not good for necessarily trading. Right now, it's not, just like it's.
I mean, the thing is that
it's not a fundamental market. It's not a good. But for long term, I mean, it helps to really recognize where there may be potential growth in a company.
Yeah, I agree with him. Fundamentals do matter, but to the point where like you're stuck on a trade, like, oh, the fundamentals don't make sense. Bro, this market doesn't care about fundamentals. It just doesn't.
Yeah. I just have that worry that I'm entering into a stock that's like losing money and stuff like that, and that would like it wouldn't respect the support.
Bro, Hertz went bankrupt and that shit shot up like, God, I don't know. Someone can put in the chat how much that thing went up. Kodak jumped up a ridiculous amount. Fucking, I can literally name these off left and right. How many stock companies went bankrupt and like decided to go up? It doesn't matter.
Again, if you're trading, then don't pay necessarily attention to the fundamentals. If you're planning to trade it, if you're planning to hold a stock for long term, absolutely look at the fundamentals. I won't GME or Kodak or any of these with a 10-foot pole if I'm planning to hold it. It's stupid to do so. But if you are planning to hold something for a long term, look at its market cap, look at its potential earnings, look at the fundamentals to really see, hey, is there potential growth down the line if I plan to hold this for the next 1 to 5 to 10 years? That's when you pay attention to the fundamentals. The fundamentals don't make sense if you're planning a trade for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. It's just not going to make sense. You're going to spend too much time looking at the fundamentals. By that time, the stock has already moved. When you're buying something for long term, then it doesn't matter what the stock price is, because $1 or $2 up or down isn't necessarily going to make a big difference 10 years down the road. You're expecting long-term growth, and you're going to dollar cost average over time.
Now, Trev, Promise me you're not going to ask me about fundamentals again.
I promise I won't. I'm
All right?
sorry, Mario.
It's not about being sorry, bro. I love you. Like, you're a great kid and you have a lot of potentials. You're so young. You're 17, man. Like, I wish I was trading at that age.
True.
I wish I was. I wish I had someone, literally me, helping them, and that's why I help you all the time. But you need to just take action.
All right.
Don't get stuck on those little things because you're just gonna be there. You're in analysis paralysis right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you're that scared, then just paper trade. But you're never gonna get perfect. Nothing's ever gonna be perfect. Like I don't care. You can use all the indicators in the world. You can draw all the support and resistance lines. None of that matters. You just need to trade.
Okay. All right. I won't ask again. I promise. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry. Like I shouldn't overthink this stuff. That's on me.
Yeah, man. It's okay. And it's okay. We've all been there. I was there. I wanted everything to be perfect, and I realized it just couldn't be.
All right.
And that's when I started making money.
Okay. Thanks, Mario.
Cool. Anyone else? I promise I'm not mean, guys.
He's not. He cares.
I'm really passionate about helping you guys. Any questions about the lecture? I'm not the best at options, so sorry about that. Any questions about resistance, support, volume? If not, we can go to Austin.
I'm new here. I have a question though about
what's up, Smokey?
Just in general, like I've talked to other traders, I've been in other chats. This is by far the best chat. Just want to let you guys know.
Thank you. That means a lot.
I've been told a lot by other traders that are pretty good, pretty decent. They've said that there's things that you should just not pay attention to. Well, not that you shouldn't, they're just not as important. So I wanted to know, like, 200 EMAs, you know, the moving
indicators?
averages. Yes.
A
lot of.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, a lot of people tend to focus on volume because volume is said to be a real-time indicator.
Correct.
But I also know people that really rely heavily on the EMAs, 200 EMAs, 50-day EMA. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's kind of where I've been stuck, trying to learn all of them at once. But I'd like to know which ones would you. I already know support and resistance. I did my due diligence with that. After that, what would you say is best to go and focus on?
I mean, look at my chart right now. Do you see any indicators on there besides my stochastics?
Hold on. Open the stream.
If you look at the stream.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't use anything, brother. Like, that's it. That's all I use. That doesn't mean that we can't use RSI, MCAD, 200 EMA, 5 EMA. My literally my brothers, I call them my brothers because I talk to these guys every day. Fidget and Scoop, like, they use RSI, they use MCAD, they use the 200 EMA, they use all of those indicators, and they're really good with them, and they understand them. When I look at them, I just see a bunch of colorful lines, and it looks like spaghetti. I can't read it.
Yeah.
That shit confuses me. I've seen other people's charts that look like, pickup sticks, and a little kid drew something on them, or someone threw up all over it, and it's just a bunch of colorful lines. Sometimes people get so enthralled with, oh, look how pretty my chart is, or look at all the indicators I have on my chart. It's like, yeah, but is that really helping you? At the end of the day, support and resistance is the key thing. That's all that matters. The other things are tools, right? I know my friends who exclusively trade off of the 5 EMA, the 20 EMA, and I think like the 200. And they make money. I think Tilio uses a lot of indicators, right? And they work for him. They don't work for me. So for you, Smokey, I encourage you to try them all. Figure out what works for you. And that's the beauty of the market. There's so many ways to make money. Not one way is better than other. Selling premium, shares, scalping, options, futures, anything. There's so much ways to make money. Find out what way that is for you and do that, and just double down on that. And then, yeah, sure, like maybe branch out so that in case that market's taking a hit or whatever the case may be, you can still make money in another way, because it's always good to get educated. But in this sense, like, don't get overcomplicated on it, and just try it and learn. And that's it.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
Yeah. I get the gist of it. I mean, that's what I assumed. That it's really not as complicated as when you're new and you try to get into it. A lot of people tend to, it's overwhelming. There's so much information, so many things, and then 1 month, 2 months down the line, you figure out that most of the good traders only use 2 or 3 things for the most part.
Yep, that's usually it. Most of the guys that I know don't really use all of them. They only use some of them.
All right. Well, I appreciate your answer, man. Thank you.
Of course, Smokey. My DMs are always open, by the way, if you need any help.
All right. Thank you.
Cool. Any other questions regarding the topics that we talked about?
Yeah,
So
quick
you
question.
oh, go ahead.
Ladies first. No, ladies first.
Okay. So when you look at solo, do
Can
you
I
see
what?
it when you were looking at solo?
Oh yeah.
So do you see it going back to what is it, 619?
It's not that it's not that I see it going back down to 619, right? It's just the TA is telling me that it has a potential to go there. Again, I'm not a god. I'm not I'm not perfect. I'm not the best trader in the world, but I'm just interpreting the stuff that I see. So do I see it going down? Yeah. Does that mean buy a put on it? No. So please don't do that if that's what you're trying to.
No.
Okay. But yeah, that's what I think. Can Tuesday be a bullish day and everything reach all-time high? Maybe. We don't know. But that's just my interpretation of what I see.
Okay, so by far as looking at the volume and
Yeah, just
using
volume
the
and
support
the candles. And look, we have 3 solid red candles right there. It looks like sellers are in control right now. That's just what I interpret. We've already breached the resistance / support, right? Like, what's stopping it? Let's see. Is there any, like, maybe here, maybe right here, but doubt it. I'm pretty sure sellers are going to go in. But again, this is the key part right here. What is it going to do when we hit the 619? That's the sweet spot. That's what you got to pay attention to. How's volume reacting at that time? How's the market overall? Then that's when you make your decision. Should I buy in now? Should I wait? Do I buy a put? Is it going to continue to pass the support? You got to pay attention to those little things.
Hey, Mario.
Okay.
Wait, let her finish.
Oh.
Oh, no, I was saying okay, thanks. It's basically just take what the market gives you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that.
Of course. Okay, go ahead. Core cut trade.
Yeah. So I would just had a basic question. Like, so you're looking at solo right now. For yourself, how long is it taking you, or like how do you know if like something's? I'm sorry to this is the most basic example. I know, but
It's okay, man. I was a new trader too. I had the same exact as Hostile. Like, Hostile will jump on here right after. He'll probably tell you all the embarrassing stories of all the questions that I asked, man. Like,
yeah,
I didn't know how to draw support and resistance. I didn't know how to do any of this. So there is no embarrassing question to me because I asked them myself.
Right. So what I was trying to ask is basically, so a chart that I know of specifically is like PLTR or LAZR. I know those are meme stocks in this group chat or whatever, but so I know that they're in a wedge right now, and they basically need, in order for them to break the wedge, they need a breakout. But my question is basically how do you know if something broke out of a point and is going to keep going? Rather, something that I don't understand is I've seen PLTR test a resistance and it'll go past the resistance probably 20 cents, but then immediately about probably after 5 minutes or something it'll just start selling off and it'll go back down. So I was just curious how do you know if this is it, this is the time that it has broken the resistance kind of thing?
You don't. I don't think anyone really knows. Maybe on on smaller time frames for my scalpers out there, they know because they're watching like the 5 minute and the 2 minute and even the 15 minute. But when let's look at Beyond, right? It hit the 136 and like dipped hard. So I was like, fuck, we're not gonna hit it. Like I got scared.
Trial version.
Right? Like I got really scared. And I was like, great, we're getting to reversal and completely came back up. There was no official
Trial
confirmation.
version.
What the hell? What's that? Anyways.
Trial
yeah,
version.
What the hell is that noise?
Bro, what is that trial version ass noise?
Yeah. That's annoying. Is that someone or can someone please stop just messing around? Or if it's my computer, then fuck me, right? But Beyond had this amazing volume right here. This guy. That's the confirmation. But reality is, like, we don't know. I didn't know Workhorse was going to blow through to 23 all the way to 27. I just suspected it. I said, if we make a solid gain through it, right? Usually if we close above the resistance, that is the signal for me. But it doesn't always happen. That doesn't mean that it's like 100%. Oh, it closed above, so that means we're going to go up. Nope. I'm pretty sure I can find a stock for you, like closed above and then went right back down. Like it happens all the time. It's not like 100% perfect, but I pay attention to volume. I pay attention to my stochastics. Like, is it undersold? Is it oversold? That's where RSI comes in handy. That's where standard deviations come in handy. That's where these indicators to me come in handy to solidify those little things. Right?
Yeah, gotcha. Definitely. Thank you. I really appreciate you answering.
Of course.
And then also, what is the VWAP exactly? Like, what is the VWAP?
Bro, I will be honest, and I'm not even embarrassed to say I have no fucking idea.
Okay. All right.
I am not even afraid to even say it because what is it? VWAP? I don't know. I do not know. Someone can jump in here and tell me. I don't use it. So I don't know. I don't like to speak on things that I do not know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm pretty sure Hostile can answer that one for you, but I can't because I do not know it.
Gotcha. Well, again, I appreciate you taking the time to answer, and thanks, bro.
I appreciate you too. Thank you.
Hey, I had a quick question.
Sure. I don't know who that was. Sorry.
It's fine.
Oh, Wild Monkey. What's up, man? You've been in here for a while.
Yeah, I have. I joined kind of late though, so I missed the part in the beginning where.
Oh, I meant like as a Discord member. You've been in here for a minute, right?
No, I joined.
No? Well, I've seen your name around, so that's what matters.
Yeah. In regards to support and resistance, what are you looking for? Like when you look for volume, what exactly are you looking for in terms of volume?
I mean, I explained it in the lecture, but I'll explain it again just in case anyone who came in late. So, where was it? Right here. We'll just use Workhorse for an example, and this is where we ended. I mean, we got in down here, right? So down here, you can see the volume didn't go up, nor did it go down. Like, it stayed the same. Same thing throughout this whole consolidation period. It stayed the same. It didn't really make any huge jumps. So that means to me, it's consolidating. The buyers and sellers, no one has really taken charge. No one has made a decision. It made a decision here where buyers were like, fuck you, we're gonna take over. And it went all the way up to 23. But then boom, came right back down. But notice how even here the buyers stepped in, sellers also stepped in, and then the next day sellers took over. But the volume didn't surpass it, and there was still indecision the next day. But we got in right here where sellers took over. I was like, this is a good price. I have time on shares. I don't mind holding these. I believe in Workhorse. I think it's a good company. And we got significant confirmation the next day. Hey, buyers are still in this. Next day, not as good confirmation, but the candle itself was pretty big for me to be still believing in it. Then I want to see how it reacted around the 23 line. That was the key for me. Closed above it. We ended up hitting around 24, 25. But again, the volume surpassed the day before. So that showed me that buyers are still in control. And what do we get? We got one last confirmation. Boom. And that's when we hit 27. So that's how I use volume in conjunction with support and resistance, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
Mario.
Question, Mario.
Oh my God. Hello?
I have a question for you.
Where are you? I'm trying to find you.
It's Josh.
Josh. Oh, Josh. Yeah, we were just talking earlier.
Yeah. So, in relation to like Workhorse, for example, what was your resistance or your support actually?
Well, they're right here. You literally see them. The lines are the support and resistance.
So each one of those lines are your support and resistance?
Correct. You can draw multiple supports and multiple resistance. I know Hostel is really big on like specific support and resistance. Like some are more, I forgot what the exact term he uses. He likes the concept of breaching. Like if it breaches the support or resistance, like that's a really good point. Like he would probably put his resistance up here, I think.
Okay.
Because like that's like a for sure like strong resistance. I can't speak for him. He's probably gonna lecture me after this. Like, don't speak on my name. But you know, I got taught to use bodies of candles. That's how I got taught. Again, everyone trades different. I know Noodle and FaZe trade with wicks. Like different people trade differently. Find what works for you. I try to trade them. I try to chart these out as they go because you never know how they're going to react to which one. You know, like how are they going to react to 21 and 20 versus how are they going to react to 23 and then 25? Makes a big difference because if it can clear the 25 and the 23, then we have a straight shot to 27. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Thanks, Mario.
Of course, Josh. Hope to see you around again.
Yep, thanks.
I get one. You got a second.
Who was the other guy that was like trying to talk at the same time as him? I want to answer.
That's me.
Okay, perfect.
4 a.m. Pat. Thank you for this, by the way. I'm learning so much. I'm only a week in, and this has been awesome. So forgive me if my question's on the dumb side.
No, there's no such thing as dumb questions.
So looking at your chart, it seems like you're using, I think it's by the day, your sticks in your charts by the day.
Correct.
How often do you find yourself breaking it down further for your resistance and your support?
I don't. I'll be honest. I don't. I probably should, but I don't. I know Hostel does. I know he uses like the 4 hour. He uses, I think he uses the 2 hours sometimes. He like once he gets on, and you guys can ask him questions too. You'll see how similar our trading strategies are, but we're all different, guys. Like I can't stress that enough. We're all different. We all use different time frames. We all have different strategies. Figure out what works for you, and I can't stress that enough. But I don't use other time frames because I've found that the daily works for me. So I don't change what's broken. I mean, what is it? Don't change what's not broken. I said that wrong. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Of course.
Hey, this is FaZe again. I can tell you my trading style. I use the daily. I use the 90-day. I use the 30-day. And then for last confirmation, I'll take a look at the 15-minute just for price action. So again, I sell premium. So I'm looking at the same support levels, the same resistance levels. I'm also trying to see if there's a gap to fill somewhere on the daily and see if there's that confirmation there on the 90-day and the 30-day as well. So again, everybody's going to use different time frames. I don't care, what time frames you choose to use, but I do highly recommend that you take a look at 3 time frames at minimum to get confirmation of your trade, that something is truly on a bullish trend or on a bearish trend before you decide to jump into a trade. Because what you may see on the 5-minute or the 15-minute may not be the case on the 30-minute, the 90-day, the 4-hour, or the daily. So having that, looking at different time frames isn't just to, see where that support and resistance level is. It's really to see what the trend level is for, or what the trend is showing for a specific ticker on that specific time frame before you even get into that trade. So we may see, for example, and I'm just kind of using a hypothetical here, we may see something is at a support of $20. But if it's trending on a bearish level on the daily or on that 15-minute, and then I go to the 90-day and I see it's really has a gap to fill down to the 15, it may not necessarily be a good level to get into. So that's why having that multiple time frames gives you that additional confirmation before you jump into a trade.
Yeah, what Faye said.
Thank you so much, guys.
Guys, I'm losing my voice. So I'll let Hostel jump on. Sorry. Hostel, I don't know if you're there. Let me message him.
Hey Mario, if he's not on yet, we can go ahead and shut it down and.
No, I mean, I can keep on going. It's just I already feel my voice straining, but it's okay. I like talking.
Hey Mario, what's going on?
Oh, I'll do one more. Who is this?
Hey Mario, it's DC.
Oh shit, DC, what's up? Not the original DC, right?
No.
Okay.
People keep on saying that, but
it's a long story. Watch, the trade floor is they're about to go in on you. Watch.
Yeah. I wasn't really listening. I was actually watching the game a little earlier. But quick question regarding your support levels. So, just say you buy that support and then it dips under support. Roughly how long do you hold it? When would you say, you know what, it went through support, it's a new trend, I'm gonna cut my losses? At what point would you consider just cutting it because it fell through your
so like, let's say, okay, I forgot to show that to you guys. Like, what does a failed support look like? AUI, I really wanted to get in it, but look how bad that is. Yeah, that would have been bad. And because I trade shares, it's not the end of the world for me. And that is why I trade shares, because I have the time and the luxury of time. I don't have to worry about expiration. I don't have to worry about theta. I don't have to worry about any of that. I would just average down here because maybe there's another support down here. So that's exactly what happened. Watch. Boom. That's another support, right? So you have to see how it reacts to then. And that's going back to Josh's question, I believe, or I forgot if it was 4 a.m. or Josh. Why do I have so many support and resistance? Because you need to see how they react accordingly. Because if it does break, right? There's that saying, put your stop loss at 20%. Well, that doesn't work all the time, especially with options, especially how volatile our market is. But I think putting a stop loss at the second support maybe would be a better idea. Or maybe just a little bit under the second support. Don't take that to heart, right? Everyone has their own way of trading again. Stock Daddy's really notorious for his stop losses. Like, he sets them and he respects them to a T. If they hit, then he's out and he moves on to the next trade. Same thing with Telio. If a stop loss gets hit, all right, on to the next trade. But when it comes to, like in this case, I would just average down right here, or we would pay attention to how it reacts the next couple days. But personally, I don't take losses because we have shares and we can hold them. Like I said, I held that IDX stock for 6 months and I waited until it finally got into profits, but I refused to take a loss.
Yeah. Okay, great. You know what? This has been very educational. Thanks for your help. And, your trading method is very good for beginners because they don't get the time decay of options and the theta. So, thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give back to you guys. Trying to give back to the young Mario that wanted to trade at a young age, and he didn't have anyone to help him. And, man, all right, Hostile, I won't give up. I'll stay. Sorry, guys. He's DMing me. I'll stay a little bit longer. Here, fine. I'll stay till 7 o'clock my time. So that's what, 10 o'clock Eastern, right? Did I do that right? Yeah, 3 hours. I can do math.
I have a quick question.
2 people talked or 1 person talked? I need to make sure I don't like overstepping people.
Yeah, there's 2 people talking.
Okay, we'll do you first because you're talking right now.
Okay. I just had a quick question about like options and the way you do things. Most of your calls, are they mostly like day trades or?
I'm not sure if you jumped in early or late, but I don't really trade options. I do mainly shares. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I kind of jumped in late. Sorry.
No, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I don't trade options because I suck at them.
Hey, I can help answer that question. So we have this server does a number of different trades. If you take a look at Tilio, Cal, and StockDaddy's tabs, those tend to be more day trades with a few swings, but primarily day trades and scalps. Zabes and Sharp focus primarily on swings, and then Hostile and myself focus primarily on cash secured puts, covered calls, and credit spreads. So we do a variety of all types of options. And then, of course, we have a number of our staff, including Mario, who do share buys and share swings. So we're doing a little bit of everything in this group from an options perspective. But we recommend for everybody to start off with shares, just because shares give you the opportunity of having time, whereas options don't. You can learn a lot while swinging shares regarding options, learning about price action, learning support, learning resistance, learning volume, learning the Greeks. These are main fundamentals that you should understand before jumping into any options. But still, if you want to earn money, you can do so by swinging shares. And then once you have the fundamentals down, then I highly recommend taking a look at some of the other analyst tabs to see the kind of alerts they give. But don't blindly jump into any trades. Our purpose in the server isn't to give you alerts. Trust me, there are plenty of servers out there that give you nothing but alerts, and they're great. But our focus here is education. We don't want anybody to be reliant upon our alerts. We want everybody to be able to do this on their own. That's what builds wealth. That's what, the byproduct of education is money. That's our focus here. We don't want to, it's not just about giving you the alerts. So we do have a section specifically for education. Take some time to go into that education tab, ask questions of any of the analysts. All the support staff's DMs are open. Feel free to ask questions. We'll help out in any way we can. So that should help you, get your feet wet with regards to the server and the kinds of things that we do in here. So like I said, feel free to reach out. I'm FaZe. The person on who's hosting today is Mario. Our primary teacher in the group is Hostile Takeover. And then, of course, there's tons of support staff that'll be happy to help you out with any questions you have.
Thank you so much for that. And yeah, I do believe in what you guys stand for in this group, and which actually I've been making profits on the option calls that has been made with Cow and Shark. But I just wanted to see if Mario also does options.
I announced the VZ. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I announced the VZ. I just don't want people to lose money if I announced an option play. Like I fucking suck at them. Like I'm just terrible. Every single one I touch, I lose money in. This is like one of the ones that hopefully I will make money, especially because the ER is coming up. But I'm just terrible at them. So find what works for you and make money off of that.
Mario, is there a watch list that you post when you see potential support levels for stocks for us to, see if you want to get in on
maybe
that?
I should, but
it'd be nice. Just that way, rather than scanning for stocks, you guys have your method, and it allows us to see, what's
Yeah,
trending
that's
support,
not a
right?
bad idea, actually. Maybe that's something I'll talk to Hostel about. Maybe I'll have a potential watch list. That's David, right? David, is
No,
that
it's
you?
DC.
Oh,
DC,
DC.
new
Sorry,
DC.
because you guys are both
Yeah.
green. Maybe maybe I can figure out a way to incorporate that into my plays. I talk a lot in the advanced trade floor, so you'll see me in there and be like, oh, like Beyond looks good or stuff like that. But I don't necessarily post a watch list because things change. And that's why I don't like posting watch lists, because things are always moving, things are always changing. Like right as it gets to a support, it might rip and I'll miss it and then I won't get it. It's actually what happened with Go. I missed this beautiful trade right here and I got so mad. I usually have my entry set for 37 for Go, and I didn't do it because I wanted it a little lower because I'm so cheap. All right, David, I'm muting you. Sorry. Cool. I wanted it like at 36.75, save myself 25 cents. In the long run, that probably didn't matter. I had a perfect. In case you guys took the quiz, you guys should know what type of candle this is. And it's just a really good sign of a bullish, movement. It had this beautiful downtrend and bounced off support and coming back up. So I do expect this to probably hit 39 or 40, or it can get rejected off the 39, because that's what happened last time right here. It just goes up to 39, gets rejected, comes back down, goes up, comes back down. So yeah, maybe DC. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot in store for the server. So I'll talk to the guys and see if that's something that if the Discord wants it, then I'll do it. If not, then I'll just keep doing what I'm doing right now.
Great, thanks a lot.
I had a quick question.
Who is this?
Mr. Good Vibes.
Mr. Good Vibes. What's up, man?
Yeah. So I'm new as well. Literally.
Welcome.
Just thank you. I was just curious, what platform do you recommend for people to analyze charts that's user friendly for new people?
If I don't say TDA, Hostel and FaZe, and all the rest of the support will get mad at me. If I don't say Weeble, Zoro will get mad at me, and so will Zabes. And when I started, I used TradingView, which is why I still use it till this day. I do have TDA. I'm starting to use it. I use it for specific indicators, specifically my standard deviation lines. So I'll pull it up. And shout out to Trep for teaching me how to make this shit private, because last time I had it like full blown and he's like, dude, turn it off. So thank you, Trep. But I use this for my my standard deviation lines. And that's kind of what confirmed me for VZ. I was a little confused of whether I really wanted to get in or not. But when I took a look back, and this is why I encourage you guys to like zoom out on stuff. If you noticed, VZ was using the first two standard deviation lines as a channel. So it would go up, come down, go up, come down. So hit again right here. So that just gave me a big sign of a reversal, plus the candle, plus ER. It was a no-brainer for me. Am I going to be right? We'll see. But you can use either one. You don't need TDA. I mean, you don't need to put money into TDA to use the TOS charting system. But I like TradeView. So it's your call. Doesn't matter. Each one has its own ups and downs.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mario, I just want to add real quick to the watch list, and you mentioned it in your last lecture last week as well. With regards to your watch list, Mario, Tilio, all the analysts are welcome to provide their watch list, but it's highly recommended. Take a look at the stocks that you guys like, the stocks that move quite a bit. Chart your own support and resistance levels, and get confirmation if that's something that you want to do. Everybody has different things that they watch. Mario watches things that I barely ever watch. I watch things that Tilio will never watch. Hostile watches things that I never watch. So everybody watches certain tickers that are good for them, that they know the support and resistance levels on. Make your own watch list, things that you like, companies that you like. Create your own support levels, create your own resistance levels, and paper trade them. You know, I'm not saying that don't watch the watch list that the analysts give out, but that's how you really learn here. It's not by going off of somebody else's list. Create your own list, chart your own levels, and reach out to one of the analysts, reach out to one of the support guys, and ask questions. That's really how you're going to learn. Again, I'm not saying that we won't provide that information. I know that a lot of the analysts will, but that's again that point of we want to drive home education more than anything else is something I really want to drive home here.
And team, just to give some clarification, I was in your shoes. All these new guys that are asking me questions, I was in the same Q&A, and Hostile was teaching it. Just think about that for a second. Like I have DMs to Tilio asking him how I average down, how I set a stop loss. I have DMs to Stock Daddy asking him about certain things about volume. You only get good by practicing and just doubling down on this stuff, guys. If you really want to get good, practice. And maybe one day you're going to be teaching the next Q&A and you're going to be teaching the next lecture. And I hope to see one of you guys here. I never thought I'd be teaching lectures, guys. Like, as a kid, I dreamed about teaching people about stocks, and now I'm doing it. And I hope to really change your guys' lives. It's not just about making money to this point. It's about making you self-sufficient so you can do this on your own and use this as a platform for your other dreams, goals, and aspirations. Because trading stocks isn't just the only thing we can do, right? It's real estate, there's management, there's opening businesses, whatever dream you have. And to some, their dream is to become a full-time trader, and that's okay. But just practice. All right, anyone else?
Hey, man, I just had one quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to know what program you're using.
This is TradingView. I started on this because I wanted to find a free trading platform, and I couldn't find any because I was just so new, and I literally Googled trading or charting platform, like free trading platform or free charting platform, and this is one of the ones that had good reviews.
Yeah,
So,
I'm literally doing I've been doing the same thing, just trying to find the program and everything. So appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you want to get into TOS, which I recommend everyone to do eventually, create a TDA account. Don't have to put money into it. I still have no money in my TDA main account. I have it all in my Roth. But you can then give you access to the TOS system, which is the actual charting platform.
Okay.
Yeah, so either one. And they all have apps too, so I use it on my phone as well. They sync.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions on today's lecture, guys, or anything I can elaborate on? I refuse to chart shit for you guys. I'm sorry. I just do not.
Hey, I do have a question.
What's up, K-Jack?
Actually, I'm going to use Go because you have it up, and you said something earlier that when you do your support and resistant lines, you try to find bodies versus
Yes, ma'am.
the wicks.
Yep.
But I noticed on your first line, you have one body and two wicks. So, how do you decide when you're using? Oh shit! Never mind. You just zoomed out.
Remember what I said? Zoom out, and don't be so zoomed in. That's been my problem sometimes too.
Yeah, I was looking at it that way. I didn't know. Then I was like, wait, he kind of goes against what you said there. But all right, thanks.
Exactly. Yeah, Mario, and that's exactly the same thing. You got to zoom out in life, not just this, right? Look at the bigger picture. Sometimes we get so mad about something, or we're so focused in on this one thing, and we literally just take a step back, take one deep breath, and you'll realize it's not that
Trial
serious.
version.
Oh my God, what's up with the trial version again? But yeah, I don't look further than a year though when it comes to that stuff, K-Jack. I don't go too far out. This is 2021, obviously. you can still do 2020 because sometimes the information isn't as accurate as you start pushing past 1 year. Take that however you want, but I don't look at anything past a year of that original year. So there are some bodies back here, and that's why I originally drew it. But looks like the wicks are still respecting it. So, yeah.
Thanks, because since I heard that, now I'm just kind of going back to my charts and redoing them with bodies and starting to see some subtle differences there.
Yeah, do you see it though? It's crazy, right? Once you, once it clicks, oh my God, it's such a good feeling. Once you start learning how to draw your own lines, it's damn, that's exactly what they said. Oh, I never gave you guys homework. That's right. I was supposed to give you guys homework.
No, you did. You told us.
No, but I wanted you guys to do a specific chart and send me screenshots of it. And let me think, what's a good one? Sorry, Karma. Maybe I'll do laser with you later. I want to do something that you guys can actually potentially trade, right? I don't want you charting something that makes no sense. And that's actually cheap. Because I already showed all these guys, and I really like them. So I don't want you guys just cheating and using them again. We can do Apple. Yeah, let's just do Apple. Yeah. All right, guys. Homework for today. Chart the support and resistance of Apple for me and send me a screenshot. You can probably, if you really want to go crazy, go ahead and draw the trend lines on them. If it's uptrend or downtrend, go ahead and chart that as well. Send me a screenshot. I'm probably going to get hundreds of these. So if it takes me a while to get back to you, I'm only doing this to encourage you guys to practice and to get good at it. If not, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't bother. But yeah, that's
my book, man.
that's homework for everyone. So Apple chart, screenshot it, and just send it over, and I'll get back to you. Like I said, I'll emoji it if it's good. If you need help, then I will. Then I'll talk to you, and I'll try to get to everyone as soon as I can. Cool. Anyone else?
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Who is this?
Okay, I'm Taufik from Malaysia.
Hey, man. How do you pronounce
Hello?
your name?
Taufik.
Taufik.
Like
That's a
that,
cool name, man. Where are you from?
I'm from Malaysia. From Malaysia.
Malaysia, like Malaysia?
Yes, Malaysia. Yes.
Oh, bro, I want to go out there so bad.
Okay, I one question about Tesla. Do we need to chase the Tesla for now, or it's not relevant anymore?
I don't trade Tesla. I almost refuse to trade Tesla. I will make my money without trading Tesla, and I will be happy, and I will not stress about it at all. If people want to lose money trading Tesla, go for it. I refuse to touch that stock.
So no need to chase it for now.
No, man, don't look at it. Why are you gonna bother? That shit was 800. Look, man, be honest with me in front of everyone. Do you got the money to trade Tesla?
Not so much.
Yeah. So why are we having half the fucking Discord trading a stock they can't afford that's more than their whole port? Let's be honest. Let's be honest with everyone. Be honest with yourself. Look yourself in the mirror and be honest. You can't afford Tesla, so stay away from it.
All right.
Stop.
Yes.
There's so many beautiful EV companies you guys can be trading that have made me a lot of money that cost 100 times less.
All right. I understand.
Look at this guy. It's $25. Let's look at a Workhorse. $20.
XPF, I think more cheap.
Where's the other one that I like? Ride. I like Ride. I missed it though. My friend, she made a lot of money on it because I gave it to her by accident, but I didn't take it. She caught the same fucking. I'm so mad. She caught it. I told her I was like, set a entry at 20, and I didn't do it myself, and I missed it.
Mario.
You can make money in all these trades, man. Stay away from Tesla, bro.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Who is that other guy?
Hey, do you think what's a price target for CCIV come Tuesday?
I don't know. I don't trade CCIV, so I wouldn't know. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, don't mean to be rude, but like I don't like giving my opinion on stocks that I don't really watch or trade because I don't understand them enough, right? Like
yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, I don't want to give you incorrect information.
No, I completely understand.
Yeah, so CCIV, they have the rumors, right, and whatnot. So if you're playing the rumor, that's good luck. You're gambling.
Yeah.
Sorry, but good luck. I hope it pays out. I hope you guys make a lot of money.
Who just asked about CCIV? Reason I say it, look, guys, there's so many companies out on the market. I have a dedicated amount of money that I use just for speculation plays. If you want to play spec plays like CCIV, like any SPAC that's come out, whether it be Helion, whether it was Nikola, whether it was whatever, use what I would call risky money for that. If you have that, you don't have to.
Yeah. That's what I did.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in CCIV. I got in at 14. I picked up shares. I also sold puts against it. But I have warned everybody time and time again. CCIV is a very highly speculative play. Can it run up? Absolutely, it can. But all it takes is one bad news to come out on something like that, and it's going to drop like a freaking rock. So be really, really careful with any speculation plays. When you've got companies like Snapchat, when you got companies like AMD, Neo, XPeng, Lee, Workhorse, Ride, these are all just EV companies that are relatively reasonable, that have good support and resistance levels, that have strong supply and demand zones. Play those. Don't worry about the spec plays. Once you have enough money and a big enough portfolio that you can say, hey, I've got some risky money that I can play around with, don't even play options with those, because the price action tends to be like shit. Play with shares on those spec plays, and if you see profits, take your profits and walk away, unless you're extremely bullish for whatever reason on a specific spec play. I did that with Helion. I did really, really well with Helion. I made a tremendous amount of money, but now I'm bag holding 200 shares of it. But because it's my risky money, I'm okay with it. Do I want to get rid of it? Absolutely. And I'll sell calls at, my break-even price until it finally gets called away from me. But until then, I mean, I'm okay holding those shares because I know that it's risky money. I was okay losing that money right off the get-go. Don't, use money that you're not okay with losing on a spec play.
Yeah, what he said. Guys, I learned a lot from FaZe. He's a very smart guy. Pay attention to what he says. Guys, we can keep on going. Come on.
What are your thoughts on Neo?
I don't know. I also don't watch it.
I like Neo at this level. I see strong support on Neo at 55. In fact, Hostile and I were talking about it. It had a gap to fill down to 59. It filled that gap, and it's coming back down to right where I want it at 55. I actually added shares in Leaps on Friday on Neo, and I actually sold another put on Neo on Friday as well. I'm very, very bullish on Neo. I see Neo going to $100 by the end of the year. But again, that's all speculation. There's nothing, based. I'm not basing that on any information. I've been watching Neo since it was like $2 and $4, even before even before COVID. So I've been building into a Neo position for a while. I see strong support here at 55. But again, it just kind of depends. If we see another dump on the market this coming week, I wouldn't be surprised to see it come down to 50.
Guys, don't forget, FaZe has a lot more money than I do, so he can afford Neo. I not like Neo at 50. I wanted to go back down to 40. What was that FaZe? Like we wanted it you told me to buy like a 41, huh?
I told you to pick it up at 41.
I know.
And you're like, no, I like it at 35 or 38.
Yeah, I know. I'm a cheap ass. But hey.
FaZe, this is a DC. So if you own Neo, do you
Do you sell? Do you buy covered calls on Neo?
I sell calls. Yes, I do sell calls on Neo. I typically go with at a 0.2 delta or a 0.15 delta on any underlying that I want to keep, and I'll sell weekly or biweekly calls against it.
Okay.
What?
And do you ever do a synthetic? And if the stock is expensive, you buy a 4 out of the money call option, and then buy do cover calls on that with a synthetic.
Yeah, it's a diagonal. But if I'm going to do a diagonal, I'll typically go at the money or in the money with my leap, and I'll sell covered calls against that. But that's only with leaps. I don't do it with a 30-day or a 90-day or even a 6-month hold.
Okay, sorry. A leap is a leap 3 months and plus or 6 months plus?
No.
I would argue a year.
A year plus.
Year plus. Okay, got it.
I will say this before anyone else asks another question. I don't want this to turn into, can you please chart this? Can you please tell me about that? I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't think there's any gain in that, because at the end of the day, the stock can either go up, the stock can either go down, right?
Yeah, you never know.
Don't, just because Mario says the stock goes up doesn't mean that it's going to go up, or just because Faye says it or Hostel says it doesn't mean that's going to happen, right? You need to take that into account. If you're interested in a stock, chart the support and resistance. That's what you should be doing, right? Like, and
it
if you
just
want,
so happened you mentioned Neo, and that's a stock that I follow.
You follow it. It's on your watch list.
I play Neo pretty much on a weekly or a monthly basis.
Yeah,
so I know those levels pretty well.
You know the prices, guys. He literally did everything I said to do in this lecture. He watches that stock religiously. He knows exactly what price to get in. Him and I talk about. It's like every single thing I talked about, he's doing. Just pay attention to that. These senior guys, they're doing the basics, but just on a higher level.
Can you guys, or one of you, give me your opinion on the wave theory and kind of how it's applicable to options?
You're talking about, you probably saw wave theory off of, what's his name? God, the guy on Twitter, what's his name?
No, I just watched a trading video. They're the trading video posted in the education tab, and I watched that.
So Hostile, reach out to Hostile about the wave theory. He's looked into it. He's done some research on it. I'll be honest with you. I don't know much about the wave theory at all. I don't know if Mario does or not, but I know Hostile and I have talked about it in the past. And so he would be a really good person to reach out to about the wave theory.
Yeah. Jameen or Jamend? Is it Jamend or Jameen?
Yeah, Jamend. Some shit like
Jamend. Sorry, I'm big on pronouncing people's names correctly.
No problem.
Jamend. Look up Stock Dweebs on Twitter. He's a dope guy. He actually religiously uses the wave theory in all of his plays. In theory, like wave theory follows support and resistance, which is, again, like, no matter, you can't escape it. Like, no matter what you want, like, support and resistance are always there. It's just adding on different indicators on top to help you out and make it and solidify it and make you a better trader. So I don't know anything about wave theory in particular, but maybe he might have one. If not, again, reach out to Hostel. Dude just knows everything. So,
all right, thank you. It's called Stock Dweebs.
Yeah, Stock Dweebs on Twitter. I follow his stuff.
Thank you.
Yep. Alrighty, guys. Any other questions regarding support resistance, trends, channels, volume, emotional understanding, right? Like, I know a lot of you guys can get emotional in trading. So any of these things, I'd be more than happy to assist you with.
You're talking about the emotional part. Can you kind of go into stop losses? I've been trading for about a week and a half now, and it's not, my issue seems not to be taking profits. When I see money, I'll take it, but it's just my stop loss, and I've just been getting beat on really big bad plays.
Are you trading options?
Yeah, I'm trading options. Usually weeklies or a couple weeks out.
And when you trade these weeklies, are you swinging them? Are you scalping them?
A little bit of scalping, a little bit of swinging, but a lot of scalping.
So if you're
How often
scalping,
do you watch the chart?
yeah.
How often? I remember looking at it all day.
So no, I'm not talking about your P&L. I'm talking about specifically the chart. I learned this from somebody. It wasn't Hostile, but somebody else in the Discord. Trade the chart. Don't let the chart trade you. And by that, it's very simple. Don't let the P&L scare you. You know, if you see profits, take your profits, of course. But when you jump into a play, see where that, you know, what a support level is. And if it breaks that support, then go ahead and know that this is my stop loss. At this level, I'm going to cut no matter what, because there's nothing wrong with taking a loss and then getting back in at a lower price if you see a reversal. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. There's, again, you know, plenty of money to be made here. But, you know, use the chart. Don't worry about, oh, am I seeing green? Am I seeing red? Oh, I'm seeing X amount red. No, you know, ideally you want to have a 20 to 25% stop loss. You know, always keep that as a general rule. But outside of that, look at the charts. The charts will tell you so much about where a stock is headed. And if you have your support level charted correctly, then you know that once it breaks that level, that it's now reversing. And so you need to get out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right, kind of looking at it at the or where the chart is as opposed to where the contract is.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. You know, I said it earlier. Base it off of your support and resistance levels, and just respect the stop loss. I know it sucks when you take, you know, you cut and then it literally reverses. But what if it didn't? What if it just kept on going down and just crashed?
Yeah, no.
Perspective.
I cut on my stop loss a bit more.
Yeah, it's just perspective, guys. You know, you guys have to have perspective. That when you change your perspective and you try to look at the positive in everything instead of trying to see the negative in everything, as a society, we have been trained to look for negativity in things instead of looking for positivity. Try to find the positivity in everything that happens instead of the negativity. And I promise you, trading will get a lot easier.
Yeah, thank you.
Test.
What's up?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know my mic was on this whole time. I was making sure. My bad.
Your test
Sorry about
worked.
that. Yep. So I had it on the
Yeah.
whole time. I was sitting here watching. I'm playing with her cat right now, and like, oh fuck, my mic's on the whole time.
Do you have a question or?
Oh no, I was just watching. Sorry.
Okay. No worries. Thank you for being here.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have a question?
I got a quick question to ask you
Hello?
about if you get one or two more contracts for an options, whether it be a swing or a scalp, what determines if you're going to get just one or multiple contracts? I feel like I get myself caught when I get one contract and it flies, and I just kind of kick myself saying I could have grabbed two,
That's
three,
a
four.
very good question, right? Like, even with shares, I ask myself this all the time. Like, it's like, fuck, I should have bought more, right? It's always I should have bought more, but it's never, again, perspective. It's never I should have had less. Do you see that, Josh? You know what I mean?
I definitely tell myself when I just take simple profits and small profits, I say green is green. That's my kind of my motto for myself.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say, you know, I cut a Mara loss. Perfect example. I cut a Mara loss that I bet back in November. I cut it after 2 weeks. It was 110% profit. I was like, there's no way I can get any better than this. Cut it, and that January 15th expiration for $5 call, it went up to $900 in like 3 more weeks. I was like, fuck, I could have just, you know, kept with it.
Yeah, man, but that's greed, right? And then that's the emotional aspect of trading. I don't know if you were here last time for my story of Apple, right? Let's see if I can find Apple.
So while you're finding that, Mario, I'll just add, you know, what's your risk tolerance, right? So, you know, whenever you're entering a play, and I post this on my alerts all the time, I see, when I sell puts, I see red all the time. And whenever I enter a play, and that's why I sell premium, is because I don't mind taking ownership of shares. And so when I enter a play, the first thing I'm thinking, hey, this is going to go against me. It's going to go in the money. I'll get assigned shares. And I go in with that mindset at all times. So regarding how many contracts should you pick up, what are you okay losing? If a contract's worth $100, are you okay losing $300 if you choose to pick up 3 contracts? Is that your risk tolerance? If a contract is worth $500, are you willing to pick up 3 for $1,500 and be willing to lose it all? So that's how you really determine it. And then as far as your profits, if you're finding that, you know, you've reached a certain level and you want to take profits, but you want to see something continue to run, you can always set a stop loss and let that stop loss be your safety net. So if you've reached 50% and you think that something might still continue to run, go ahead and set a stop loss. You know, the issue with that is that it could hit a resistance level, come right back down, hit your stop loss, and then continue running. But that's it's a way for you to be able to set a profit goal in mind and let something continue to run. You know, you mentioned on Mara, you had 110%. You decided to go ahead and take your profits. Maybe you could have set your profits at 80% at a stop loss and let it run. I'm not saying you should, but there's that option always there. There's so many different things that you guys can do here with regards to when to take profit, when to cut your losses. It's always dependent upon your risk tolerance. When you have time on a contract, you know, like you said, you had till January and you cut it in November or December, you know, maybe having that stop loss in place at, 75 or 80% would have been ideal for you. Had you been comfortable taking 80% if it had continued falling down versus the 110%. So there's always that option out there for you. So keep that in mind when you're trading as well. Go ahead, Mario.
Let me add something there. I'd
Hey,
recommend.
Oh, Hostile's here.
the boss is here.
I'd recommend using a trailing stop in that scenario, because that way you can actually let the profits go up with your stop. So your stop will follow the price of the stock all the way up, or the contract price, that is. So let's say you set a 10% stop loss, trailing stop on that position. Well, if it goes to 300%, you're going to take profit at 290, right? If it loses 10%, right? So that trailing stop's going to follow the value upwards until it falls. And one other thing I want to say is when you take profits on something, you're making money, right? It's not about how much more you could have bled that position. It's when you get into a position, you need to already have in your mind, this is how much profit I'm willing to take. And when you take it, you have to be okay with that, regardless of which direction it goes. Because if you beat yourself up by saying, oh, I could have got this much more out of it. Well, what if you didn't, right? What if you stayed in it and then it went against you and you lost money, right? So there's always the other side to the coin. I mean, I've been in the same position myself. I had Moderna shares. It fell down to $58. My break even was 64. It went up to 87. I sold, but then it went to 180. And I could have made $3 or $4 grand just off of shares. So you got to keep that in mind. Don't be upset or don't beat yourself up because you took profit too soon. Look at the bright side and say, well, I made money. That's really what it's about. Go ahead, Mario.
Perspective, man. It's all perspective. I'll share the Apple story with you because I've had those. I had it with Beyond earlier, where it ripped to 140, but I sold at 135. I left so much money on the table. But we entered Apple at, I think I entered like at 110, 115, kind of around this range right here. Doesn't matter where I entered. The important thing is it ripped, again, because I followed the support. And it went all the way up to 125. And my young, gullible, dumb, whatever you want to call me, I was like, how high can this go? How much more money can I make? It's Apple, right? And they were having their conference or their Apple thing that they always have around September. I was probably up easy over $300 on shares alone. And I didn't take it. And I was like, how much higher can it go? And look what happened. It went right back down to where I entered. I would have been proud if I would have taken profit, right? I would have been, damn, Mario, look at you. You took profit. Everyone would have been like, shout out to Mario. He took profit. Look how much money he made. And if it would have kept going up, then it would have been the other side of the coin where it's like, dude, why'd you leave so much money on the table? We could have made more money. Why didn't, it's like you never please anyone. You can't, sometimes it's even pleasing yourself, right? Like that's the hardest of them all, to please yourself. It's just understanding that you made money and that's the most important thing and you didn't lose. As long as you don't lose money, then your profit, you're in profit and you're consistently making money. And that's the important part. Try not to get sidetracked with the emotional aspect of it. It's hard though, trust me. I get it till this day. But once you can like start controlling it, ever since that, I never took another loss again. I haven't lost one trade since I started doing that. After this Apple trade, I never lost one play because I always took profit. I hope that's for everyone else here. To be able to say I never took a loss.
I'm in a leap right now that I could have made $400 some off of, but I refused to take profits because I was convinced it was going to keep going. Well, then it reversed, and now I'm down 100. Right, so I mean,
that shit feels worse.
I still believe that it's going to be in profit. Right, I'm not worried one bit, but I could have took the profit and got back in at a better price. So it happens all the time. I mean, I did it with Tesla. I had 75 shares of Tesla pre-split. Right, I could have got out with Tesla at the day after it split, and it was at all-time highs at the time, and I was seeing, $5,000 in profit. But in my stupid mind, oh, you know what? I'm going to keep holding it because I truly believe Tesla's going to rip. It's going to continue ripping. Well, it did a few months later, right? And it swung back and forth multiple times. I was in profit 4 or 5 times with holding that entire time. If I would have just taken profit twice out of that whole time, I would have made more money than I made, having held it the whole time and it went back up to its most recent high prior to breaking out now, right? So the thing that I learned, right, and I for some reason continue to learn this, when you see something ripping like that, take the profit because it's going to come back down, right? If it doesn't, so what? Move on. Find something else that's going to be in the same position because there's always opportunity. The market is not short of opportunity, I guarantee you. And it's like a roller coaster. It's cyclical. It goes up and down, around and around, and it's consistently doing that. Yeah, long term, the market is bullish. Long term, in 3 to 5 years, the market's going to be breaking all-time highs, if not sooner. But the short term, you got to think about, there's going to be downside. And the goal is to get out at the high or as it's going up. You can't time it perfectly, right? You've got to ride the wave and get off the wave before it starts cresting. And then get from out, in front of it. Don't be in front of it when it starts coming down. You get into the wave once it crashes into the surf, right? And then it starts to kind of go up to the shore. You know what I mean? That's when you want to start getting into that wave, right? After it's crashed, it's hit a bottom, it's starting to come back up. That's a perfect time to get in then, because now you know it's made its move, right? You can't beat the market, you have to play the market, right? It's impossible to beat the market, but it's very possible to play in the direction that the market goes. Right? So you can't, again, timing is, you're never going to be perfect. You might get it every once in a while. You might be perfect every once in a while. I have been a few times, but I'd say 5% of the time I've been perfect. Right? So get in at levels that you're confident with, but don't try to beat the market because it's not going to happen. You'll get lucky every once in a while, like I said, but it's nearly impossible to get it right every single time. Right? And that's why Mario does shares. It's so safe. That's why I taught him how to do shares, or I opened up his eyes to say, look, you do shares, you don't lose. You choose when you lose when you're doing shares. With selling cash puts like FaZe does, he chooses when he loses, right? He can unlimited amount of time roll that contract until he's in profit. Just like Mario can in unlimited amount of time hold them shares until he's in profit. But when you're buying options and you don't give yourself a lot of time, you limit yourself. You don't give yourself the ability to say, look, I have the choice of when to make this a winning trade. Not, oh, it's a time crunch. You keep looking at your watch. It's a time crunch. I got to do something. I got to do something. And that's where emotion comes into play. You get emotional when you start having time not on your side. Right? So that's why these types of strategies that both of these guys are teaching are phenomenal, because it allows you the choice to win or lose, right? You get to make the decision, do I want to take profit or do I want to take losses? If not, I can postpone that.
Mario
Yeah.
left. Hey, I'm just gonna ask you for a favor. Like, it's okay if you can't do it, but I'm just gonna say it. Would you mind, stocks that you follow on the right side?
Wait, what?
Would you mind sharing all the stocks that you follow on the right side?
Yeah, maybe later I'll post screenshots of the stocks that I follow. It doesn't mean I follow them religiously. There's a very few that I follow religiously, but I like to have a bunch of stocks because on my time off or when I have free time, I'll just go through all of them and practice my charting. And then, sometimes I'll follow, that's how I found Excel. It was on there. I didn't follow it religiously, but when I was going through my charts, it appeared and it was perfect.
Mm.
Is that okay? Is that enough?
Yeah. I'm just, thank you very much.
It's better. I'll personally tag you when I post these screens.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, guys. I'm gonna go eat. It's been a long day. I was with my mom earlier buying a new car for her, so and that was a headache.
Hey,
I'm tired.
What kind of car are you getting your mom?
I got her a 2021 CRV hybrid.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, we're gonna lease it through our business, so we're gonna use it as a tax write-off.
Oh, nice, bro. Good for you, man.
Yeah, but Hostel's still here, guys. If you guys have any questions, feel free to talk to him. It was a pleasure to be able to talk to all of you, and hopefully I continue to see all your guys' faces in the Discord. Again, this is recorded, so go back, and I'll try to be here next week, hopefully, if not the week after, and talk about new topics and new stocks. And don't forget your guys' homework. I want to see those Apple charts in my DMs. So blow it up. Go ahead. And I hope to get back to all of you guys soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Mario. So, I can keep running this. Anybody else has questions?
Yeah, I had a question I asked earlier, and they said that it'd be a good question to ask you, Hostel. They didn't really know. It was just about wave theory and how, or what you think about it and how applicable it is to options.
Oh, the Elliott wave?
Yeah.
So the wave theory is just that, really. It's a theory. There's no real solid evidence. I mean, there's data that you can use that makes it a theory, but it doesn't make it a solid piece of information that you can confidently trade off of, or at least I've yet to find something where I can go in and be like, all right, this is a wave theory. This is what this is going to do. I'm confident in this. I'm going to get into a trade here. Unfortunately for me, that hasn't happened. It doesn't work that way. But what I can tell you with the wave theory is it's got 5 waves, 3 up, 2 down. Right? So let me see if I can find something, actually. I'm bringing up my Thinkorswim now. Are you guys on the stream at the moment?
No, we can't see anything. Oh, is it YouTube?
YouTube, yep.
Yeah, sorry, I'll get over there 1 second.
Let's see if I can find a Elliott wave. It's actually been a while since I've seen one. And I misspoke. It's 5 waves up, 3 waves down. So let me see if I can find something. I really haven't seen anything lately, though, that constitutes an Elliott wave. Actually, I know the SPY did it last year. Let's see if I can. I think it was right there. The tricky part about the Elliott waves is you got to kind of draw it out. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So this is kind of, it's a lot harder to see in this time frame, but I think if I were able to go in a lot closer and get a more granular look at it, you'd be able to see it a lot cleaner. But an Elliott wave is basically 5 waves up, 3 waves down, right? And then it's over. So the first wave is usually something that breaks resistance. The most recent resistance that breaks through it, right? And then it retraces, which becomes the second part of the wave. And it usually bounces off resistance and makes it support. And then you got a second wave that bumps up and has a retracement of what I'm typically used to seeing in the Fibonacci is the 38% retracement. So that would be, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And then the very last part of the wave, that's the largest. This is the one that makes the highs. Once it hits a high, then it falls, right? And that becomes, so actually the way they really describe it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C. Because they don't like to mix the numbers together. They just say 8 waves total. The first 5 is, 5. And then the last 3, they count it with A, B, C. Right? So again, you have a drop as far as the A wave. The B wave is a 50% retracement. C wave breaches it typically. It doesn't really seem to be the case here, as it's not as clean. And I wish I had something I could really show you. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Nope. 2, 3. This could maybe potentially account for it. So something like 1, 2. So that right there is going to be 3, 4, 5. So again, this isn't perfect, but basically, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So 1, 3, and 5 are the ups, 2 and 4 are the downs, right? So it has to do all 5 to make it a real solid Elliott wave. And then once it hits a high, we need to see this come down and do something like this. Right? That would make this a complete Elliott wave. Now, how do you trade on something like this? You kind of want to get in somewhere down here, right? This area. You don't necessarily want to do any of these. I mean, if you try to trade based off of the somewhere in the first part of the Elliott wave, it could be a trap. Right? So the way I look at Elliott waves, if I can identify one, I like to get it at the very end, because then I know the wave's over. It's starting a new trend. You know what I'm saying? So it's already made its move. I'm an after the fact type of trader, which means I like the stock to shake out, make its moves, and then I get into it when I know that it's not going to be Like let's say it's fallen pretty hard, and then it starts to kind of slowly start coming back up. That's when I like to get back in. I don't want to try to get into it as it's tanking hard, right? Because it could keep blowing past where you got in, and then next thing you know, you're at a big negative number, right? And same thing, you don't want to get into something that's starting to reach highs because, again, same thing could happen. You could get in, and then, yeah, it might create a new high after you got in, but the chances of it falling are a lot more higher than it continuing to run, right? Tesla is really the only example here that we could use that just continues to run. So hopefully that answers your question as far as the Elliott wave.
Yeah, thank you. That helped.
You're welcome. Okay, anybody else?
Hey, Hostile. I had a quick question. Earlier you brought up the trailing stops.
Yep.
Is there a way to put in a trailing stop order in Thinkorswim?
Yes. So I could do it here. So what you would do is create a closing order, and with the OCO bracket, right? What this does, it brings up a menu where actually, I don't even think I need to do that. I think I can just probably do stop. So right click, create closing order with stop, and then you can change the stop to trail stop, right? And then you can select your bid price on the contract. I think mark is limit, whatever the mark price is. I'd have to look at that. You got average price, last price, ask and bid, so maybe somewhere in the midpoint of that. I thought there was a percentage that you could do. Maybe not. I thought there was. I have to look further into that. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so you can toggle this button here. So it gives you plus or minus whatever price off the bid. Not sure what that is, to be honest. It looks like stairs. I don't know what that is. And then you got percent. So I can set this at 5% loss. So this is going to basically follow the price up, right? So let's say
That is over.
No. So let's say the contract price is at $300 and you're up. You bought it at $150. It's up $300. So you're basically a 100% return. You could set as 5% loss, and if this thing goes to 400, that 5% loss. So at 300, you were looking at 5% loss is $15. At 400, 5% loss is $20. Right? So I think percentage is the best way to do it because you're not necessarily targeting a number. You're targeting an actual movement. Does that help? Not sure who that
Yeah,
was.
that's
Okay.
great information. The other question I had is you brought up the OCO bracket. Is it good to use a trailing stop with an OCO bracket? And like say you had a limit sell at some like $400, would you still put a trailing stop or just use a trailing stop by itself?
Well, I would probably use a trailing stop by itself, although you could put protection underneath the trailing stop. So like you could basically do something like trailing stop is gonna. So let's say you use a percentage on the trailing stop. That 5% grows. So like the loss that you're willing to take, it grows as the value of your contract grows. So what you could do is say, I want to take a 5% loss right now on a trailing stop, and let's say, for example, the trailing stop's $15 on 5%. So what you could do is say, well, as the trailing stop grows and it turns into $25, you can say, well, my OCO bracket order, I want to actually take a $20 loss max, right? So you can throw in a second trailing stop of $20 instead of a 5%. right? So then it basically initiates. That way you don't have to constantly go back in and adjust the percentage, right? You can just be like, it's gonna initiate one or the other when it comes down, right? So that 5% is $15 today. You put in trailing stop actual dollar amount at $20, right? So those two orders will be in. If it does not initiate that 5% loss and continues to gain, and now that 5% is say 30, the moment it falls $20, it's going to initiate that other order and cancel out the 5% stop loss.
Mm-hmm. Okay, awesome. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Real quick, Hostile. I figured out that Webull just does trailing stops. I've never used them before, but you said your percentage usually is about 5%. Is it only like, is it a good till cancel order, or is it only a day order? Usually,
You
go
mean
with.
as far as my trailing stops?
Yeah.
No. Actually, I personally don't really use trailing stops unless I'm in shares and it's ripping pretty hard. Then I might put a 5% trailing stop on it or something like that. But generally, I don't use trailing stops. So this is just, something, a choice that I give everyone if they don't want to watch it, or because most of the time I'm doing cash secured puts, so I don't really use trailing stops when I'm doing CSPs.
So you use like more stop limits or just market sells or buys?
No, I'll put in a limit exit order for a
Okay.
CSP. Yeah, so I mean it depends. Like my CSP at first week, if I see 50% return, I already got a
Okay.
limit order in for that, right? And then if after, say I get in Monday, it's Friday, that limit order doesn't happen, then I start looking for. I'll remove that order and start looking for like 65 to 75% the next week, right? If I don't see
Right.
that, then I start really, I'll remove the order and I'll start kind of pondering, all right, how much time's left on this contract? Is it going against me? There's a couple of questions I ask myself. But, if I'm in a position that's a 30-day expiration on a CSP, if I hold that for longer than 2 weeks, I want more than 75% return because Theta has had a chance to do decay, right? So if the
Right.
stock does a good, nice, solid pump in just one day, I'll see my 75% pretty easily because of Theta.
Okay. Do we have any material learning about like OCO orders or anything in the chat or in the learning section?
Not to my knowledge. I've been meaning to make a video on that as well because I know it's a little bit complicated for a lot of people to understand. I mean, I've tried to make a video on it before and it's complicated because I don't have open orders, so I need to go into on demand and actually create a real scenario so that I can show how the OCO works. If that makes sense. But I've got to I got to plan it out in the sense that I'm expecting something to like, I want something to pump and then I expect it to fall, and I want you to see how those OCOs will actually initiate. If that makes sense.
So I can't wait to see those then. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Hostile.
Hey.
Can you do that same thing with Webull, do you know?
It's a good question. I don't use Webull all that often, if really at all. I mean, I've got some shares in Webull. Let me see if I can make some adjustments to a current position that I'm in.
It doesn't come up for when I try to do it. So
Yeah, let me see if I can do it real quick. Forgot how to use it on the desktop here. Account. So I can do a stop loss. I don't see anywhere I can do a trailing stop loss though, unfortunately.
I just did it. It's a you just got to click that little arrow next to the stop, and it gives you the option.
Click the arrow next to the stop. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So you got you go in, and you're going into like order your shares. You go to trade, and then you go to stop. There's a little arrow next to OTO. It's like stop limit, and trailing stop.
Are you talking about on the desktop or the mobile phone?
I use mobile and both. I use both. I can pull it
Okay,
up right
here
now.
it is. So right click. So let me go again. So right click the order or the position, close position, and then on order, it says limit. You want to pull that drop, and it has a trailing stop there. And then you can do trail amount and do dollar amount, percentage amount. Right, so you got the two options there.
Mobile too?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. Pretty sure you can do it on mobile. I mean, if you can do it on the desktop, you've got to be able to do it on mobile. Like they can't offer you to do one thing on the desktop and then not offer you the same thing in the mobile, if that makes sense.
I'm looking at it on mobile, and it looks like you could do it for shares, but I don't think I can see the trailing for options. I could just see a stop limit.
Yeah, it might not be
Yeah,
for options.
Okay, it might not be for that makes sense because I'm not seeing it on the options here, but I don't have shares. Check. Thank you guys.
No problem.
I just myself got into a Webull, and quick question on two options expired on Friday. I did not execute. They were not in the money. They're still hanging around my positions, obviously expired. I'm hoping I didn't get assigned with those, or they just disappear next trading day.
No, it usually takes a little bit for them to die off of your account.
Okay.
It doesn't really. Every time I've been in the position, it doesn't get removed from my monitor section. I mean, like, heck, if you look right now on mine, I still have gold here. Actually, did I get in a new position? I did. Sweet. Anyhow, this gold, it's been there. Like I sold that a week ago, and it's been zeroed out for a week. And I guess Friday it initiated because I had a limit. I had an order in for that. Let me see. History.
I know it sucks, but I was so used to Robinhood the day of, and it was gone.
It looks like I got back into it. No, that's not right. What the heck? Well, I don't want to spend too much time trying to figure it out, but I did get back into it because trade price is 230. I had a limit order in to get a leap for 230, and it did it. So looks good for me. Okay. Anybody else have questions?
I mentioned it in the YouTube stream. I don't know if anybody saw it or not, but what are the main indicators you use pretty much in all tickers that you're looking at?
Well, I have standard deviation channels here. I've got MACD and I've got True. When I'm actually looking for plays and entries, none of these really matter to me. These are more just additional confirmation, but the most important thing for me is support, resistance, and trend. If you can successfully determine those, you will be successful. A lot of people overcomplicate trading and add too many things on their charts, and I think that's detrimental. Now, the two things that I have here, I don't use. So like MACD, people look at the crossover, they look at this purple line and say, all right, if it's under the purple line, it's bearish. If it goes above the purple line, it's bullish. I don't use it that way. The way I use it is when it's really spread apart far, like this right here, you get a big wide spread between the two lines. That's an indicator that it's going to go the other direction. right? So I tried to find, like, I use a MACD. It's an after the fact indicator, but when I find the lines very far apart like that, that's a good estimation indicator for me, right? And then when I look at true momentum and I see, all right, if this is similar to RSI, right? So if it's in the red, it's overbought. If it's in the green, it's oversold. And it basically tells you which direction the current wave is in, right? Based off of the time frame that you're on. The further time you go out, the stronger it becomes. If I go to 1 day, you can see just how many times this thing moves up and down, up and down. All right, that's so weak and trash to me. Like, I would never trade off of that. But if I go to the 180, you can almost perfectly see, it's oversold right here, and then it has a huge drop over the next course of half a month, right? I probably would have gotten out down here when it's oversold, even though that's not the bottom, right? It's like somewhere about right here. Let me see if I can zoom in that. Yeah, so I mean, if you see this, you're seeing a top here, right? You're seeing the top there on the true momentum, and then it starts to fall, and it comes to a bottom somewhere here, right? So that's the end of the wave as far as the true momentum goes. And it kind of did a blip in green, red, green, right? But it continued downward. So there's no way to determine where the end and start of a wave is, but you can utilize the larger time, or the longer time frames to say, all right, this 180-day time frame, this price action is basically 138 down to 109. That's if you're in an option and you bought puts, for example, on Apple here, that would have paid huge, right? And vice versa, if you're in a position that's at the bottom, like this one right here, and it starts to go up, and let's say I've got a leap, and it starts to go up, at the top of this one, I could take profits. But I mean, this is a year chart, so we're looking at around 106 to 121. I mean, that is a pretty good return on an option. But again, this is half a month, right? So that's why I like leaps, because I buy a year out, guaranteed within a month or so, I'm going to see profits. It's guaranteed. But I guess the drawback with leaps are it costs a lot, right? I mean, I got a leap right now for Apple that cost $1,800, right? I'm fine with it. I got the cash to do it, and I know it'll happen. I mean, like I said, I was up $400 at one point. Should have took it, because now I could get back in. I'm actually back up above green. I'm at 71 prop. Well, no, actually, I think that's inaccurate. I'm at a $2 profit on that leap. I got shares too. That's why you see this $70 there. But that leap in particular, I'm only up $2. I was up 400 at one point. So hindsight 2020, when I'm in a leap and I see good return on it like that, 20% return on a $1,800 contract, that's a really good area to get out, regardless if I think it's going to keep going up. Let that be a good lesson for you all, as it is for me. Does that help?
Yeah, most definitely. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Who else? Charlie, didn't you have a question?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I have a question about leaps. So what are your thoughts are in the money, out of the money? Like, when do I buy leaps, for in the money or out of money?
I don't generally go for in the money. I like it right at the money. I think
Right
the
at the
biggest returns are at the money.
I see. And I was thinking, if I buy in the money, I can sell cover calls. You think that would help?
I mean, yeah, you could sell covered calls against the in the money leap for sure.
Mhm.
But I
Because
mean,
a lot of people recommend the delta should be like 0.7, and usually at the money it's not 0.7.
yeah, it's less than that. When you go in the money, it gets higher, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but you know, it's you're. It sounds like you're talking about diagonals. When you buy a long position in the money, when you buy a position in the money, you know, you're looking at um, selling a call out of the money because you don't want it to hit that strike,
Yeah.
right? So that's a diagonal, and you know, you're looking for basically the best time to do that is when the stock's hitting resistance. Then you sell a call somewhere close to at the money or a couple of strikes out of the money, and the idea is for it to fall, and then within a week or so you see good profits and you can take them off that covered call, or I'm sorry, not covered
Yeah.
call, short put. I'm sorry, crap.
Short call.
Short call, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Um.
Let me
So I have a question in my brain. I just can't process right now. Give me a second.
No worries. A calendar is the same strikes. So you
Yeah,
bought a
I
you
know
bought a
that.
leap at 130 and you're selling a call at 130 basically.
Like so why do I see a lot of people buy like out of money leafs just because it's cheap?
Probably it's probably based on what they can afford
Mm.
because they're
So like
expensive. I mean, if you're
for
doing
example,
6 months,
Apple is like a really stable stock. So like buying leaf at the money is pretty good. But let's say like Neo is kind of like starting up. Wouldn't it be better to buy out of the money?
well, you got to remember, the more you pay for a position, the larger that return will be the moment it goes in the money.
Yes, of course. But also the downside is if it goes down, you also lose a lot of money.
Well, I mean, the percent loss is less than further out of the money, right? When you boil it down to percentage only, you lose less when you're at the money.
Oh, I see.
I always tell everybody to trade off for percentage, not dollar amount, because you know it's smoke and mirrors when you're doing it with a dollar amount. But when you do a percentage, there is no conversion or calculation that you need to make. Right? It's just straight percent.
So there's no any like a good side about out of the money for leaps except for cheap.
Only difference is can you afford it closer to at the money or not. I mean, the only other thing that you look at when you're buying options in general is the bid ask spread short and tight, and is there open interest. Beyond that, you want to get as close to at the money as possible that you can afford. That's
What if I did a long debit spread, like a long expiration debit spread, but it's at the money? Would
well,
that be the same thing?
no, because debit spreads require theta decay for profits, right? So I think typically you want a shorter expiration for debit spreads because you need that theta decay to happen, and you want to get one or two strikes out of the money so that when it moves right into that, when it goes in the money on the debit spread and it takes 3 to 5 days to get there, and you've got, you know, let's say a 5 to 8 day expiration, you're going to be seeing pretty good profits. Whereas had you bought a debit spread and it's got a 30 or 45 day expiration and it moves in the money tomorrow, you're not going to see any real profit. Yeah, you're going to see some, but it's not going to be, it's just going to be small because there's no theta decay.
Got it. Okay.
Hey, Hassa, I got a question for you.
All right.
Regarding diagonals. So let's say you've got, let's say you paid $1,800 for your diagonal on Apple, that 128 call. Let's say you sold the 135 call, and on ER it goes in the money. Now you collected, let's say, $1.50, or let's say $1, just for number's sake, for your short call at 135. and you find that you've gone in the money. Now you continue to roll, you roll, you roll, you roll. You're able to get up to the 140, but now you're having to pay debit. So at this point, you decide, okay, I'm going to go ahead and let it go and exercise my in the money call. Now, the in the money call has increased in value, but at some point, do you find that your premium collected on the short call versus the premium gained on the long call tend to offset and you find yourself in losses?
So I wouldn't roll out
So,
those short calls, number one, because
okay.
if it goes in the money, you have what's called a peak area where the long leap position is going to outpace in value or profits compared to the losses on the short call, right? So it becomes a peaked area. That's where you get out. You get out of both. You know what I'm saying? So if you find yourself at the point where it's gone past that peak area and now you're in losses, that's a bad position to be in, right?
Right. I'm
Yeah,
just,
let me
again,
show you an example.
I'm not able to see the stream right now. It's something that you and I can go over later on down the road. I was just curious because at some point when you get exercise on the short call and you choose to exercise on the long call, that premium collected is going to offset, right? So I'm just trying to understand how that would work. Because to be frank and honest, I've done in the money leaps before. At the money leaps before. I've sold calls against it. More often than not, I've found that the leaps end up out of the short call ends up out of the money. I'm able to take profits on my leap and I exit the position. I've never found myself in a position where both go in the money and I have to exercise or I get exercised on the short call and I have to exercise on the long call. But to me, if I've paid $1,800 in premium, but I only collected, let's say, $100 on the premium on the short call, it seems that you would take a loss, but I'm not sure. I've never gone through that experience, so I'm just kind of curious how that would work.
Well, again, I would get out of that position in the peak area, right? So, and that's kind of where you want to be on a diagonal, in my opinion.
So you would just end up closing the short call out for the loss and take profits on the long?
Correct.
Okay. You wouldn't you wouldn't want to find yourself in a position where you're taking exercision on both.
No, hell no.
Okay.
Because number one, that's going to take away a lot of funds, right?
Right.
But here's the
at
thing.
that point, it just becomes a spread, but I'm just kind of trying to understand it.
Yeah, so I mean, like, if you buy a 130 strike and then you sell a 135, and the price goes to 135, right? That's the perfect time to get out because that 130 is going to probably have a good 45 to 60% return, and that short position at 135, depending on how much theta decay has happened. So if you haven't had a lot of theta decay, then you're going to have, let's say, if you got paid $150 for that 135, you might be down 100, whereas that 130 you're going to be up 400 or 500, right? So now if theta has had a chance to decay and then it goes to that in the money on the short call, you might just be breaking even or losing maybe $10 on that short call, where that long leap position you're up now $500-600. Right? So it's always going to offset, and that's the peak area, right? So you got the long leap position that's 130, the short call at 135. The peak area is from 135 to 136. That's when you have to get out.
So truthfully, the peak area is right where both legs are in the money.
Correct.
Okay.
And
so doing that diagonal, it's no different than doing a basic debit spread. It's just done through various expirations as far as what the actual peak price would be.
Yeah, I mean, and you give yourself a lot more time, right? And the reason why it makes it diagonal is because you got two different expirations, and one
Right.
expiration is going to pay more than the other, or lose less than the other. You know,
hmm
you kind of get that, but you know, you ideally you want theta to decay before it goes in the money on the short call, because that is perfect. That's a perfect storm. You take a
No,
zero loss, or even make $10. You know, just something. Make $1 off of the short call, because that long leap position at 130 is going to be, that's where your money's at.
right. No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, as an example, let's say that 128 call let's say we have phenomenal ER on Apple, and Apple goes to 145, hypothetically. And at 145, you see potential pullback. And so you say, you know what? We're at the highs right now. I'm going to sell 155 call. And rather than seeing a pullback, we see additional news, or Apple just on momentum keeps running. And it runs to 155 and it gets to 160, let's say. Now you're in the money. At what point would you say, hey, I should just go ahead and close out my call, take profits on my leap, and move on?
As soon as it goes in the money on your short strike.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
But I'll be honest, if you're in a leap and it does that kind of gain, unless you want to own those leap shares for that much cheaper price than where it's at today, you should just take the money on the leap and not even bother with selling a short call. You only
Right.
you only really want to do the short calls when it's languishing. If that makes
Mhm.
sense.
Well, I mean, just for example, when we had the March crash, I bought a leap on Uber. Picked up an Uber leap when an $18 call when it hit $16. I did this just at the time. I knew nothing about charts or anything. This was completely by chance. But I did this, on the chance that I'll be able to sell covered calls. Just based on some videos I had seen. I didn't end up doing any covered calls on it, and instead, I actually, at some point, I just made a decision that, you know what, I want to be long on Uber, and I exercise those calls. And at the time, Uber was sitting at like $35 or $40. I didn't want to just take my profits, so I exercised those calls. But I'm just curious that if at some point I had done covered calls, when would have been the right time to close that out to exercise or whatever it may have been. So I appreciate the insight here.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Who else?
Wait, so what do you recommend to get out of leap? Like as soon as 50%? Like what do you recommend?
Well, it depends. What is your outlook for that particular stock? I mean, did you get it at a low? And if it's say $100 right now, and its resistance is at 150,
Oh, okay.
you know what I mean? Like, what's the time frame, number one, that you purchased, and what's the time frame you expect to hit that price? Right. So you got to kind of understand and weigh out your choices based on time, because time is not on your side.
Yeah.
You purchase time, so like I never really recommend leaps less than a year, because you give yourself ample amounts of time for that position to go into profit. And you got to set rules for yourself, in my opinion. That should be the first thing, right? You see 15% in the first week, you should probably take it. And you see 20 to 25% in the second week, you should take it. But if you have a goal, and let's say you're at $100 and you expect the stock price to hit 150 in 3 months, and you bought a 12-month contract, well, wait the 3 months and see. But be out by month 5 or 6 with profit at the latest.
The latest for the year contract?
Yeah, always get out 50% days till expiration, no matter what, in my opinion, because the longer you hold it, the less time you have, and the more probability is against you.
So if I bought like a 3 months contract, I should get out like a month and a half? like the max if I want to play with it.
Yeah, I would say so.
No longer than that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. That goes for any contract time frame. All contract time frames.
What about those weeklies? Get out as soon as you make profit.
Yeah, get out same day.
Oh, God.
Don't
even
hold
like
that.
even expire in 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
If it expires in
Okay.
2 weeks, be out in 2 or 3 days.
Be on 2 to 3 days.
Yes.
Oh, okay, got it. I think that's why I've been losing money in the beginning. I didn't know when to get out.
Yeah, you got to get out quickly on short-term stuff. Because you got to remember, time is not on your side. And every day that goes by, that's a day you lose money. All right, so unless you're in profit, you're losing. And at some point, you don't get to see profit anymore. You just see loss.
Do you recommend short small profile to do like debit spread instead of just buying short calls?
It's safer, I think. I mean, there's some protection. It costs less with. I think there's. I don't want to say there's more profit because there's not, but you're buying some theta decay, right? You're allowing theta to happen in your favor, but it's still not in your favor at some point. If that makes sense.
How so? If it's in the money, then I'll make the
Well, if
maximum.
if it's in the money and you did a debit spread, then yeah, you're going to see full profit by expiration. As long as it's in the money. But if it goes out of
But
the
it's
money,
not, then I lose it all.
you lose most of it, if not all of it, yeah. But again, remember, when you're doing spreads, theta decay is on your side. You know, credit spread, you sell to open a position, you're selling a credit spread and getting money for that. Time and theta is on your side. When you're doing a debit spread, so you pay money to get in that position, you buy to open, theta is, I'd say, halfway on your side because you need theta to decay one of those contracts to make the other one valuable.
Is there a risk for a credit spread? Like
Of
I
course.
don't know.
There's always
remember
risk.
The risk as in like you have to pay 100 stocks if it didn't go your way.
Well, it might exercise the short strike on you, and there's no
The
real
maximum I have to pay is the credit I receive, right?
no.
Oh,
It's usually more than that. So let's say, so there's a collateral that's required, and when you sell a credit spread, and you also need to be in a margin account, right? Because the collateral required. So let's say collateral is $500, the position pays you $250. Well, you still have that $250 of loss, of potential loss if it goes against you.
Oh, yeah.
So in that scenario, if it does go against you, you're going to be at a loss. It's somewhere.
500.
No, it won't be 500. It'll be up to 250 unless it goes very far against you. Then it goes beyond 250.
Oh,
that's why it requires margin.
So the only difference between spread and call is like I cap my gains and yeah.
You mean the only difference between spreads and naked option
Naked call it.
positions?
Yeah.
One's capping profits, one is unlimited profits.
I see. And short call tend to like move up quicker, so you can sell it right after. But debit spread you have to wait by days, right?
I think you're using incorrect terminology when you say short call.
Oh, naked call.
A long naked call.
Yeah, a long naked call.
When that goes up quickly, you see money, a lot of money, and it can be unlimited returns. Assuming it rips and rockets. Whereas a spread,
if that happened in spread, you can't really see the.
Well, if it happens with a
percentage.
spread, you're just capped to a certain amount.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
all.
And what do you recommend to get out? Like usually 50% when you're ahead on the spread.
On a debit spread, it's different for debit spreads versus credit spreads. Credit spreads are like 15 to 25%. Debit spreads. I actually think FaZe does more debit spreads than I do. That might be a better question for him because I don't really do debit spreads.
Because last week I was getting 70%, but then the last minute I lost it all.
Well, at some point you've got to tell yourself you're going to take profit.
Like
at
I
a
didn't know
certain
when to get
percentage.
out. I was on Tesla. I was 70% up, and then I didn't. I was gonna get maximum. I tried to get maximum, but it dipped last minute.
Well, never try to get maximum because that's what happens. You got to, before you get into a trade, you need to pick a percentage, especially with spreads. You need to pick a percentage that you're going to take with no questions asked. Right? Because the moment you start questioning yourself and saying, well, I think it'll keep going, that could be the moment the market, retraces and you lose it all, just like you did. Right? So make sure that, with debit spreads, I think it's probably safe to say 50% you get out or set a trailing stop on it. But a trailing stop on a spread's harder to execute than, just getting out yourself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would say 50% is the number. You see 50%, you take it.
Thank you. Well, I didn't think credit spread you get out at 25%.
Well, yeah, because it's a shorting position.
But
shorting.
the time is on your side. Don't you want to let it run?
Yeah, but major but here. The longer you stay in that position, the more chance you could lose. So when you've hit a number, right, that's acceptable, you take it, right? You raise your probability of success by taking profits sooner.
Okay, I see what you mean. By over time, you win consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. If you take it at 15% every time, I guarantee you'll be in and out of position almost immediately.
Yeah,
on credit
okay, I get
spreads, especially if you get the direction right. And at that point, you could see 30 or 45%. And that's happened. Netflix has been good to me on that. Selling put credit spreads. I'm sorry, call credit spreads. I sell it, it falls immediately. I've done that twice.
Oh.
I got lucky. I would say it was luck. Some say it was skill. I said it was luck. I got in a call credit spread and Netflix tanked. It was a $250 premium. I got 180 for it within 2 hours.
Wow.
Again, like I was saying earlier, you can't beat the market. You can only play it. But every once in a while, you get lucky. And that was my lucky moment.
And was that a 40 days out, 30 days out?
Something like that. When I do credit spreads, I always go at least 30 to 45. That's the best time frame that I've found out to work for me.
And you're usually out within 2 weeks of expiration.
Yeah.
That's generally what I target. But honestly, what I normally see is same day or within 2 to 3 days, I'll see 15% return pretty quick.
Yeah, I guess with the market's evolved how this past year.
Yeah.
What's your stop loss? Like when do you?
I don't do stops. I don't really do stops. And like I said, it's hard to do stops on spreads because you got two positions. So that means that two consecutive people need to be buying those contracts or selling, right? Because you buy one and you sell one in a spread. So if you put a trailing stop or a stop on a spread, you're going to need a buyer and a seller at the same time. It's not going to execute unless you have that. Whereas if you try to get into it, or I'm sorry, if you try to exit that position with volatility, with liquidity, then you got a better chance versus setting a stop loss. You might not have the liquidity or volatility on that stop loss.
But Hostile, on a covered call, right? If the stock continues to go up, you'll just roll up, right?
Yeah, you could, especially if you want to hold those shares. Absolutely, you could roll that.
Yeah,
And that's the beauty with covered calls and cash
because you're
puts.
winning. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, with
it's just
cash puts and
insurance, right?
covered calls, you can roll indefinitely. As long as you're
Yeah.
taking in
Wait.
credit, you can roll
Mm.
indefinitely.
Aren't you losing money when you do a cover call when they go up?
No.
You're winning on the stock.
Yeah,
but
you're winning on the
pay-
stock,
but
but
you're
then
losing on the insurance, like the
yeah,
premium that
yeah.
you.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, let's say you've got a stock, you bought at $30, you sold a covered call at 40, stock price rips to 50. You know, you're not going to be able to sell or roll that contract a week out for credit. You're probably going to have to go a month or two. But you can get credit for it. There's somewhere down the line in the future that's going to pay you for that position. Right? So I always recommend if you want to hold on to something, I did this with a stock called Wheaton Precious Metals. I bought at $18. It went to 55. I sold covered calls on it at 45. And I rolled it out a month to the 50 strike. I got like $350 for it. It still didn't get below my strike. It took my shares away, but at least I rolled it out to a higher strike and I got a $350 premium on it. Right, so I gained a $5 more on 100 shares, right? Plus the 350. So think about that too, right? There's different scenarios that work better than others. If you're in, say, Apple, and you think it's going to go to $600 in the next 2 to 3 years, then yeah, I would go to the furthest contract out. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. You want to go to the closest contract that you can roll up one strike at least and still get credit for it. That would be the best way to implement covered call management strategy.
Oh, I have a question. So you said if the Apple goes up 60 and then you bought a cover call for 45, so you cap your gain there, right?
Yeah, you cap your
As an
gains
insurance.
at 45 plus whatever premium you got paid, right? So
Uh-huh.
again, if you want to own those
So
shares,
how would you roll that over?
well, if you want to own those shares indefinitely, or at least until they hit a certain price target that you've got in mind that you're confident in, you're going to go to the closest the closest expiration and one strike up. So
for the cover call?
Yeah, and it needs to pay credit. If it does not pay credit, then you go to the next expiration after it. Right? So you're rolling up one strike. So let's say you did 45.
Okay.
Now you want to go to 46. And if 46 on here, I'll tell you what. On my screen.
then
Okay. Let's make this simple. Let's say that you're in expiration of January 2022. Oh, I'm sorry, this one here, January 22nd of this year. And you're in the money at, say, 120. Let's say 120 is where your strike is that you sold a covered call. Okay, so you'd want to go to the next expiration of the 29th and sell the 121. Right? So you want to slowly roll up one strike and the closest expiration that you can that pays a credit. Right? Because you don't want to pay a debit to stay in that position. So as long as you're getting, even if it's $5.
Oh, that's how you roll it. And
Yeah,
then you
even if
just
it's
buy
$5.
it back.
No, even if it, yeah, well, that's kind of what a roll is. So you buy it back and
you buy back the
and then
earlier
sell it
one.
again. So you're buying back the
Okay.
120 and then selling the
Oh,
121.
okay.
So that's what essentially what a roll is. But even if you're not, as long as you're taking a small credit, you never want to pay, but as long as you're taking a small credit and you're rolling up one strike, that's your credit when you roll up the strike.
Mhm.
So you don't want to keep pushing out the same strike, especially on a long-term bullish stock. You want to roll up the strike so that the value of your shares goes up every time you roll. And then if you take in a small credit every time, you just add that to the value of the strike that you rolled up.
Mhm.
think of this is just money sitting in your bank, not doing anything, right? $12,000, $12,100 sitting in your bank doing nothing, and you're taking in payments on it. Somebody's paying you for your money to sit there. And every month you roll up that strike and you increase the value of that position. And you get paid additional credit on top of it, especially if the stock drops. Instead of rolling it up for $5 or $10, or if you're only getting 15, if it drops, let's say you're at the 120 strike, and the stock drops down to 123. Well, I bet that roll is going to be worth a lot more. Now you're probably looking at $200 or $300, something like that, instead of 15. So it really makes a difference. There's a lot of things you need to take into account, but there's a lot of ways to manage these positions. That's why covered calls and cash secured puts are, in my opinion, the best strategies to do, because you can manage them indefinitely. There's always a way to get out with profit. There's always a way to prolong it so that you don't take losses. All right. Who else has questions?
Hey, Hostile. I had another question about CSP I'm currently in.
Okay.
I'm currently in the laser CSP for the 29th of January. I see what the chart shows on the daily. I don't suspect, like, my target's at 30 for the CSP I sold. I don't suspect it would go down below that, but for example, say it went to 29.5. Is that something you'd roll immediately, or do you suspect that, like, it'd be
No.
better to just hold it?
How much did you get paid for that?
270.
So if it goes to 29, and you got paid 270, right before it expires, you'll be in profit. Because you got to remember, if you got paid 270 minus 270 from your strike. So if you did a $30 strike minus 270, you're looking at 27.30 as your break even. So if you're at 29 by last day of expiration or the day before, you're in profit.
Okay, so you don't usually wait, or so you do usually wait till near the expiration before you roll. If, for example, it was like $27 at that point.
Yeah. If it's at 27 or 26, I would roll a few days before.
Okay.
So like if it expires on the 29th, I would probably go for, I'd very seriously consider rolling on the 26th, 25 through the 27th, somewhere there. One of those 3 days. You don't want to hold all the way to expiration, especially if you're really deep in the money, because you will get assigned.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to roll before you do get assigned. Now, if you're only $1 in, well, that's probably okay, right? Or if you're at, say, 27, like you said, and your strike's 30, you probably won't get assigned until day of. It's fairly unlikely that you'll get assigned during the week. But to be safe, you could roll on the 25th. But again, if it's at 27 and that's a low and that's a support level, for example, you're looking at a potential bounce, right? So if it went right back up to your 30 strike, say by Wednesday or Thursday, even if it went to 29.50, you would see profits, and you could exit that position for whatever it was worth at the time, and have, cash in some money. I personally think that we will see laser fill this gap, though. It's got a gap on the 1 year. Right here. It's potential for it to fill it. It's not a big one. I don't necessarily like the wicks, but I like bodies when I do gapping. This right here I expect to be filled. So at some point in the future, maybe not in the next few weeks or whatever, but maybe in 3 months we'll see this get filled. I mean,
And
because
the other question I had regarding that graph, the charting that you have, would you consider that a bullish flag or a symmetrical triangle?
Let me get a little bit closer in. I'd say it's more symmetrical than anything. But one thing that makes me a little bit nervous is the fact that it broke through that trend line. Right, so oops. See, I just slightly broke through it, so I have to see what happens. But I think we can see we could definitely see some downside at some point on this. I think I'm in the same laser position you're in. Let me check mine and see. I'm not sure if I got into that or not, to be honest. Yeah, I did. So yeah, this one's definitely gonna require a roll during that last week of expiration, especially if it's deep in the money.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, who else? Guess Mario and FaZe took all my questions. Nobody? Okay. Well, if nobody else has any questions, I'll probably end it.
So, do you mainly sell like premium? That's your expertise?
Yeah, I'm the option seller here.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I mean, I did shares as well. I mean, I taught Mario the shares. He's doing really well with it, and now I've got him teaching it. I taught FaZe the selling options, the cash secured puts, that is. And he's doing really well with it. So now I guess I'm kind of like they call me the supervisor, those two, because they kind of they do the alerts now. I used to do the alerts for shares and CSPs, but I got a lot more responsibility on the server itself. So I kind of designated those two to do those types of strategies so that I can
How
concentrate.
would I follow your step if I don't have the shares? I do credit spread?
It's not about shares, it's how much money you have. So the
So
money.
do you do like naked call and puts?
No. I do leaps. That's a naked call.
I mean, not naked. Like you selling call or puts, but like that's it.
No, never.
Oh yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, no, that's too dangerous. I mean, you got no protection. If it goes against you, you're screwed.
So do you create like a credit spread? Is that what I'm hearing?
No. I mean, I only do cash secured puts unless I get assigned shares. Then I'll do covered
okay.
calls. The wheel
I see, got it.
strategy.
The wheel. Okay, I need to look into that.
Look on my channel. There's a video that we made on it.
Okay.
Anybody else?
All right, Hostile. I'll ask a question. I guess can we get a view of just your thoughts on the macro environment right now in terms of where we're at and this coming year?
Well, I still think that we have a lot of potential for the markets to pull back. Not a heavy, huge pullback, but some kind of pullback that's going to present better buying up or better entry points, basically. It's really hard to foresee anything in an election year, if that makes sense, or after the election. I mean, I can guess what the new presidency is going to hold for us, but you don't know until they actually do it, because I don't know if you've noticed, but I've noticed they do a lot of talking, but when they get in there, they do something completely different than what they said. So
Yeah, for sure. One thing I've been noticing is the rise in commodities and resources over the past 3-4 months, like corn, soy, lumber, but like you don't see this in the news, right? I think that's directly related to inflation, but CNBC, they don't say anything about inflation. They say there's no inflation, but I think inflation's coming.
well,
And
inflation's here. How
yeah,
much does
but
bread and eggs and milk cost?
yeah, right. But no one's
Gas.
talking about this. And like, no, the reason I'm on here is I'm looking just to protect my wealth because my money's sitting in my account. It's not going to be worth anything in 10 years. So,
Well,
I don't know.
you're not going to protect your wealth doing this. You'll build wealth,
That's what I mean,
but
right?
protecting it is probably you're going to have to buy gold and silver. That's the real protection. Physical.
Well, that's, yeah. And I feel that that's something maybe all of us should own in our portfolio is some sort of hedge, right?
Absolutely. I've got silver and gold in all of my portfolios. And I'm up.
Good.
But last year, back in August, I was really up. I had a 350% return on some of my silver stuff. Now I'm only at like 100%. But it's a long-term hold because I believe we see precious metals rocket some point in the near future.
Yeah, I think the resource market has been beaten down, and that's kind of the last sector that's just hasn't really risen in the past like 4 or 5 years, right?
Well, it did this year. COVID happened,
Oh
and
yeah,
by August rather, it hit highs, and then it kind of cooled off, and I think it's starting to come back to life. It's still languishing, but I think soon it's going to come back to life. It's already showing signs of life. It's kind of like it flatlined, and now it's got a faint heartbeat. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel that once COVID kind of dies down, there's gonna be a pent up demand. So oil and gas resources, and if that Green New Deal goes, and infrastructure, resources to the moon, right?
We'll see. It's really hard to say though, because those types of things, there's a lot of manipulation that goes on. It's hard to determine. Like there is no just, if this happens, this will pump, right? I wish it were that easy, but it just doesn't happen like that anymore.
Yeah.
Like stimulus stuff happening, gold and silver should have rocketed, but it didn't. When energy started going up, gold and silver should have went up with it, but it didn't. When the US dollar falls, gold and silver should go up, but it didn't. Right? Because there's just so many things that manipulate that market. Not one of those many things will make it go up. Now, if the USD falls, energy rockets, shit, I'm drawing a blank. they pass more stimulus, they're printing more money, war breaks out. If there's a domino effect of all kinds of things that affect gold and silver positively, then you're going to see that thing rip so fast and hard, you're not going to know what happened. But until something like that, a domino effect of multiple things happens, gold and silver is just going to slowly move up.
Are you bullish? You bullish Bitcoin too?
Bullish on what?
Bitcoin.
No, I'm bearish now. I mean, it started to have a drawback or a pullback. Recently, I think it lost 5% or more than that, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're gonna see that fall. I mean, nothing in this world goes to the moon. Nothing. With the way Tesla looks right now, yeah, it looks like it's mooning again, but it's gonna have a pullback.
Yeah, a lot of smart money think that Bitcoin's gonna go to 100K this year, and that's because a lot of institutions are gonna start putting it on their balance sheet.
Well, maybe. There's no telling. What I can say is, guess who owns 80% of Bitcoin?
China.
That's right. So that's the question.
That's crazy.
Well,
Russia owns 10%, and then random people own the other 10%.
Yeah.
Only reason why China owns so much because they have the largest Bitcoin miners. They've got data centers strictly made to mine Bitcoin. And they have the pools to turn them into the
51%.
The blockchain. They have the resources and capacity to convert it to the actual blockchain. So like you can create Bitcoin, but without being in the pool where it turns it into blockchain, it's worthless. Right? You got to be able to convert it so that it's cryptic. So until it's cryptic, it's worthless. That's why they have all these huge pools out there for random people like you and me. If we're mining, we can join the pool and our stuff gets encrypted, right? But China, they've got so much control over it. The sky's the limit for them. They can continuously create Bitcoin because they have the resources in the pool to do so. And they don't have to wait for anybody. They don't have to join forums. They don't have to join these secretive black market pools because they have their own.
Yeah.
But if what people say is true about Biden and China, with China with their hands in his pockets, yeah, why won't Bitcoin go to 100? Because they manipulate it, so it's going to benefit them. They want to get the world off the U.S. dollar. Benefits them. They've been trying for years to get the renminbi to become a world reserve currency. They've been trying for years to get people to pay them in gold, not U.S. dollar, for or when they buy oil, they've been trying to not pay in U.S. dollar because they want to get the money out of circulation. They've made deals with Russia to pay with renminbi and whatever the ruble. They're taking each other's money, not trading in U.S. dollar. Right? OPEC signed a deal with the United States back in the 70s to where all oil traded in the world was done with the U.S. dollar. So they've been trying to subvert that for a while. Iran's doing the same thing. Turkey's doing the same thing. They're all paying with gold. They're trying to get off the U.S. dollar.
At some point, people are going to turn against the bully, right?
Right.
And it's just slowly going to happen. You can't bully your way through financial means anymore, right? So
But here's the thing: at some point that it may happen. The currency, the renminbi, might become a world reserve currency. At some point, things will change. But the United States isn't gonna go without a fight. And the thing that I believe is going to happen is when it gets so bad, we're going to go back to backing the U.S. dollar with gold. That's the only way out of this.
Why wouldn't a world currency work that's multiple currencies in one, so that the fluctuations are much less and each country can't use their own currency to, create inflation in other countries.
Well, what's to say that all those countries in one currency don't manipulate their currencies together? Right. Let's say there's 10 countries under the U.S. dollar. What's to say that the United States doesn't go until all those 9 countries say, "Hey,
tell them to do that."
Yeah, we're going to manipulate our money by 10%. We want you to do the same thing, or you're out." Right. So what's to say the most powerful nation that is part of a basket of currencies that make up one global currency? What's to say that that strong country, whoever it is, doesn't push around who's in there? Right. The only way that you can prevent that is when you back it by gold, because you can't create gold out of thin air.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's really interesting what you had to say about the China part.
And if we were to tie the U.S. dollar to gold, 1 ounce of gold would be worth $15,000 to $20,000. Just so you know. So maybe we do one day, and I'll be freaking rich.
But then if we went back to the gold standard, right, the U.S. would be at a disadvantage, wouldn't we?
We would, but we would have to balance our budget and actually do what every household in America does anyways. The only people in this country that don't balance the budget is the government.
Yeah.
Do you ever see it getting backed by crypto?
Maybe. Because you can't print that either. Right? You can mine it. You can make a certain amount an hour or day or week, whatever, how long it takes. So it's not like the banks can go and just type a magic number in and boom, you got $1 trillion.
So hostile, but how do you feel about this whole Janet Yellen and Jerome Powell relationship with the Fed and the Treasury? So they're basically one now, and how does that work?
Well, the Fed is the one that gives money to the Treasury. The Fed is a private. It's made up of private bankers, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, J.P. Morgan Chase. The swamp.
Mm-hmm.
If people want to talk about the swamp, that's the swamp. They're the ones they're the actual swamp, and the congressmen and the congresswomen are the toads and the tadpoles and the snakes. They're the ones that go into the swamp. But the bankers, they're the ones that create the swamp. So it's all manipulation. They control America. Money controls everything. And it's controlled by a private entity that it has nothing to do with the federal government. Right? So the Fed, the Federal Reserve, they're the ones that create the money and say, "Here, United States government, Treasury, we're going to loan you this. And we're going to only charge you 0.5% or 1% on the money. $1 trillion. It's fine. Never have to pay it back completely. Just pay the minimum balance so that we can continuously get paid forever." Right? And that puts us, you and me, on the hook to pay our taxes, to have our taxes raised so they can continue to throw money at stupid stuff, and so that the Federal Reserve can continue to print more money and loan it out to the government. It's a never-ending death cycle, right? You've got too many hands in the cookie jar, and nobody's responsible for anything except for us, and we don't get to make decisions. So it's a conflict of interest on all parties except for us, because we're the ones suffering.
Isn't that crazy that the average person has no clue what's going on and how this all works?
Not at all.
They could
crazy.
probably Google it and figure it out somewhat themselves that we're being fucked.
Well, nobody really.
But we accept it. We accept it.
Well, it's not even that it's accepted. It's people don't even bother looking into it, because if just 50% of the nation was awake and understood the position that we're in and how we're being taken advantage of, we could change it. We could rebel. We could have an actual revolution, right? But people are being led astray into believing that the things that they are actually, quote unquote, being revolutionaries about, it's just to divide us. You know, whether it be race, whether it be gender, whether it be political affiliation, whether it be ethnicity or nationality, or whatever it is. There's so many things that there's out there to divide everybody. When the people that are actually dividing us, if everybody, like I said, only even 50% were to wake up and realize they're doing these things to divide us so that we don't actually go after the real problems, right? We don't stop the real issues. And a lot of people are content with the lives that they have, right? They're hanging out, chilling. I got just enough to survive. I can have my iPhone. I got internet. I'll work this day job for the rest of my life. That's enough money to go on vacation and chill. I don't need to have a jumbo jet or a Learjet to my name. I don't need to have a $10 million home, even though I hate everybody that has it because it's not fair. But they get to have it and I don't. Well, the thing is, they're hating on the people. They hate the people that have these things, and a lot of those are the people that are putting everybody else underneath them in that position, right? I hate them for having $10 million homes. Well, they're the ones that own those corporations making hundreds of $1,000,000 a year, right? But why aren't we out protesting that kind of stuff? There's just too many things like that going on. And there's not enough people out there to wake up and say we've had enough. And I don't think there ever will be. People are just too content with their lives.
This stuff is really interesting, Hostile. You were talking about the Fed and all that. What would you say is a good source to kind of learn more about that type of stuff?
I don't know, man.
There's a lot of podcasts that you can listen to, like macro podcasts that talk about this and keep you up to date on a weekly basis, which eventually you start understanding how it works.
You could look at, I say YouTube and people discount me when I say it, but I tell you what, I learned so much off of YouTube. People say, oh, that's just a video somebody made, but well, isn't the news what somebody made? Isn't social media what somebody made? Facebook and Twitter? What out there isn't made? What out there isn't, like, what makes all these other things better than YouTube? Or what makes YouTube better than all these other things? Nothing. I look at them as all equal, and there's deception in all of it. And you got to be smart enough to know how to find the right things and how to recognize the deception. Right? Connect the dots. There's dots everywhere. It's up to you to connect them. And I could throw you a bunch of conspiracy theory videos, and you may or may not watch them. You're going to spend 20 or 30 hours watching all these videos that I've watched in the last 10 years. Right? I've probably watched over 100 videos that are all 2 or 3 hours long over the past decade. And 70% of them are repetitive, but different types of things So like when I say repetitive but different types of things, I mean repetitive in the sense that it describes one type of thing, but that type of thing that it describes is a different scenario. It's a different time frame. It's different people, but it's the same goal, right? Some people can tell me that I'm crazy for believing in conspiracy theory and Illuminati and New World Order and one world government, elitists controlling everything. It's a very huge rabbit hole that most people don't want to go down. And when they get into it, they start going through it, they realize that it's too scary to realize. It's too scary for them to continue going. So they stop or they discount it and say, oh, this can't be real. This just cannot be real. I don't believe it. There's no way this is real. Like Jeffrey Epstein. That's as real as it freaking gets. Hillary Clinton being part of it, as real as it gets. All right, I don't want to get too into these types of things because maybe some people believe it or don't. All right, but I will tell you, look into conspiracy theory. Look into things that the media. Let me back up and say this. Whatever the media tells you, look for the opposite. Look what they're not telling you. If you see something being repetitive all day long on TV, that's what they want you to see. It's called paid programming for a reason. So you got to look into the things that they're not telling you. What is it they don't want you to know? Because that's the truth, in my opinion.
That there's no inflation.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with a lot of the stuff. And, I've thought about stuff before. Just about, kind of the whole one world government type shit.
I mean, it's true. It's absolutely true.
Yeah. I mean, they've done it before, so why would they do it now?
Well, it's been happening. I mean, the United States was founded on that whole premise that we would control the world. And we have been since we were founded, for the most part. Right? And I think there's a shift happening, and they want China to be the next one. Because there's this whole theory about they want to depopulate the planet. The rich and elite stay at the top. They kill off enough people so that they just have enough to survive to be their slaves. Now, I don't know how wild and crazy that is. I used to think it was pretty wild and crazy. Now I'm kind of starting to see things like, this whole COVID thing. More people are starting to die from depression and anxiety and not being able to go out versus those that are dying with COVID. Right? How many actually have died with COVID? And whatever the media says, I don't believe that for a second. Not for 1 second do I believe the media saying that X amount of people have died. I mean, I know people that work in hospitals. My mom used to work in a hospital. She's got friends there, and they say it's empty. There is no one there. People that die at the hospital, even if they don't die from COVID, they get marked as COVID.
Yeah, that's the big thing. That happens all the time.
So why isn't that being reported? Right? Because they don't want you to know. They want you to think that this whole COVID thing is as bad as it sounds. Yeah, it's real. Yeah, people die from it. Yeah, people get really sick from it. I don't dispute that. I dispute the validity of how serious it is, though. I mean, to date, more people have died from the flu than COVID. Look at the numbers, right? How come we haven't closed places because of the flu? You know what I'm saying? Like, millions die from the flu every year. We haven't hit millions yet with COVID, have we? I think it's, 300,000? 350? I haven't even looked lately, but I know it's not 500K, right? In a year. It's been almost a year now since it became a thing. Well, millions die from the flu. Why haven't we shut down the country because of the flu? That's the real question. But either way, the government doesn't want us to know things. The government's in Hollywood. The government's in all motion
Media.
picture, all media. Yeah. They're in amusement parks. They're in everything of our lives. Right? They force our children to take vaccines. They say, oh, it's optional, but when you go to a public school, they don't let you in unless your kids had vaccines. That's not freedom. What happened to taking the vaccine when you have the issue? When you got measles or mumps or whatever it is, why take it? Why make it a preventative thing when you've got the vaccine to just eradicate it if you end up getting it?
And the vaccine doesn't even work. There are so many cases of people who've gotten it and then still get COVID.
I was talking about
Yeah. I know you're talking about more vaccines in general, right? But in terms of the COVID vaccine, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I haven't even really been keeping up with that because I know it's bullshit. The real way to prevent COVID is to stay healthy, eat good foods, work out, have a good diet, have a strong immune system. That's how you prevent COVID.
But why won't we talk about that? Why won't we talk about people eating healthy, exercising, all those things? Rather, let's just all stay inside.
Yeah, and not be what we were meant to be. We're meant to be social beings.
It's a control tactic.
It's all about control.
And if it's so big, bad, and scary, then why are all these government officials still traveling, still going on their vacation, still having their parties?
Hey, Hostel?
Yes.
Can you, I just want to confirm something with Apple.
Okay.
Can you pull it up?
Sure. All right.
It seems to be bouncing off of the... Well, I wanted to bounce off the 126, but I don't know if I should wait for the 126 or wait for the 125. Wait, I need to find your screen. Are you streaming? I can't find it.
It's on the announcements. Hard to say right now. I think with ER coming up,
Oh my God.
We're gonna see this thing rip.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm kind of banking on. It's kind of why I had everyone do that homework. I was kind of hoping for them to kind of see it themselves. So I'm just wondering if I get in at 124 or 126 or 125, 126. Obviously, it all depends on how we open Tuesday, but...
Get in with shares or...
Oh yeah, I'm grabbing shares. I know it's a little pricey, but I think it'll be worth it.
How many you buying?
I don't know yet. I have to see how much money I have freed up. But if I can find a good contract, then that's another, possibility.
Well, what's your estimate on how much you're willing to pay or buy it? Like, give me.
I put $2,000 into the Beyond play, or a little bit more. I put 2.5 into the Beyond play.
Go for the leap.
You think so?
Oh yeah. $2,000 at the money, 127.5. I'm in the 130 for 18.03.
That's not a bad idea.
I guarantee you'll make more money in short term with that than you will with shares.
That's true, but it's also on my Roth, so I don't want to,
Well, it's a leap.
I mean, they're both valid. They're both valid. This one is 921. This one's 1020. They're both valid.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's a leap. So you're gonna make money anyways.
Good point.
So, and I expect this to happen within a month or less. So I'm hoping to be out of it when it does its rip. I'll get out when it breaches 138. If it goes to 150 or so, definitely getting out. Waiting for a pullback.
Yeah. I mean, ER is in 10 days. So I expect what's going to it's literally going to do this. It's going to consolidate at 125 or 126, like around that range for 1 or 2 days. And then buyers are going to step in and then take it up to the top.
Yeah, I think it might show a little bit of green tomorrow, and then red, and then green, then
Tuesday.
red. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yes, sir.
I think it'll show a little bit of green and red, just a little bit, and then leading up to ER, I see it going up.
Yeah. I mean, it's undersold on everything, so.
Right.
Okay.
Even on this 180, it's in oversold territory almost. It's getting there.
Yeah. It's not 100% oversold, but it's at that line.
Right.
So I was hoping that people could see that with the chart that I made them do, but we'll see.
It's a tricky one because it's kind of looking neutral, in my opinion. It didn't create a head and shoulders, so I don't see it being very much bearish. But I think it could show a little bit more downside before it starts to moon. Heck, it might even just, like I was saying, it might do some kangarooing a little bit and then reach its all-time or reach its most recent low leading up to ER. And then when ER comes out, it'll turn into SpaceX, right? Start.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking. Go back down to either 126 or 125 and then rip from there.
Yeah, I mean, I see that happening. So, and I'm bullish with Apple long term. So, I mean, I've got 6 months on this thing if I have to. But the goal is to take profits when it rips, and then find a new entry.
Yeah, that's the plan. Cool. I just wanted to confirm it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I'm gonna stop recording and stop streaming, but I'm happy to keep talking. If you guys